Am I live? I probably am. Okay. Let me just open this and open this, close this. I should have been more ready. And let me mute myself because I don't need to hear myself. All right. Um, what is up? Welcome to my Saturday reading sprints. I'm going to be reading Ship of Destiny later. I'm like 1/6 of the way through, maybe. I'm very late on my reading homework assignments. Also, I have to send this to our guest who will be appearing. Um, link at 3:30. Okay. Um, hey James, how's it going? Um, yeah, so the person I'll be talking to is a yes, spell my name right. um, is Michael Tracey. We had a disagreement on Twitter yesterday. He seemed to take issue with I'm not even sure. But I'm sure we'll iron that out. We probably won't like, you know, rehash everything on Twitter. Um, just because that would be kind of boring and weird. And I mean, if he's here, it's obviously way easier to just talk rather than rehash everything on Twitter or whatever. Um, but yeah, uh, I've and oh yeah, we're going to be talking about Russia and Ukraine. This is good to hear. Um, like from my interpretations of him, he seems like obviously he denounces Russia's invasion of Ukraine, but he seems kind of you know critical of the U.S.'s role, and that's really what he centralizes. And I think sometimes doing that maybe obfuscates a little bit of you know like the actual conflict going on, et cetera, et cetera. Um, and it can sometimes like downplay, uh, Russia's like I don't know if you want to call it evilness. Sure, I mean, obviously Russia's the main one responsible, but yeah. Oh yes, and I'll clip it. I'll clip it, James, and just post it as a video tomorrow. It should go up probably. Um, so yeah, it should be interesting because this guy's got um, obviously a much larger platform than I do. He is a guest of Tucker Carlson sometimes, which is probably obviously his widest reach. Um, so yeah, I woke up this morning and I was thinking about when you're not like awake at all, um, but you like wake up thinking about something. I was like literally thinking about talking about Russia and Ukraine. So pretty weird. Um, but yeah, hopefully some folks get in here and we shall see. I wonder if Anita's thing is still going on. That may be. Oh yeah, they're definitely still talking about Ship of Destiny, which I was definitely late to read. Um, but it's all right. Let's see. Let's see. It's just notifications. Okay. Well, what do you guys uh or you guys will have to put questions in the chat during the conversation. I won't be as responsive to the chat or responsive at all probably. Which is fine. Um and I'll probably only be talking to Michael for 30 minutes. Hopefully he gets back to me and stuff and can make it. Um let's see. In terms of Ship of Destiny, I'm enjoying it. It's pretty good so far. I kind of missed being in these characters' heads. Um, so yeah, that should be good. Um, and I won't spoil anything. I'm tired. I don't know why start these things at 3. It's like afternoon nap time. Um, but yeah, I should I should do like a kind of wrap up for the last 3 or 4 months. Um, also, yeah, in terms of Michael, uh, I'm happy to be able to hash this out live. That should be cool. Um, rather than, Twitter sniping at each other constantly. Also, I do wonder, like, what if I'm having like weird thoughts in terms of like, oh, what if like Michael doesn't show up? Can I edit this as I'm going? Oh yeah, I can edit the title. Oh, that's so good. And I can edit the thumbnail. That's good. Um, just in case something came up for him or anything. But yeah, I do appreciate people willing to talk stuff out off of Twitter. Obviously, he's busy. We're all busy, right? So yeah. um, yeah. Let me know what you guys are reading as well if you're here. I hope your Sundays are going well. I am behind on doing some basic chores. I got a jury duty notification, so I'll have to sign up for that. I should link this on Twitter as well. Might as well, right? Might be a little awkward. Yeah. Oh, that's okay. All right. Michael might be running a little late, so we are going to be doing some sprints. And yeah, we'll go to. We can't go to 30, right? Let's go to 55. It should be fine. All right. Um, yeah, I'm a little nervous for the conversation, but oh wait, I can add things to this though. Might as well. Boom. All right. That seems like too many words. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, just one thing as well. I do appreciate Michael coming on. I feel like I've said this already. But yeah, definitely. And yeah, we're going into the reading sprint now. I forgot to show this. And yeah, I'm reading Ship of Destiny, which I said already. Let's see, open chat. Awesome. All right. and see you guys after the sprints. All right, I'm back. Welcome, everyone. Anita and Channing, hello. Hopefully, the live show went well. I am trying to catch up. Just finished chapter 9, not even close to done at all. Um, Michael Tracy is not here yet, which, it's all right. How is everyone's Sunday going? Hello, Stacy. How's it going? Um, so far I'm enjoying Ship of Destiny overall. Um, Definitely some interesting perspectives, I think. Lazy but good day. That's good to hear. I too am having a lazy day. I should actually do things. I have to work Monday, so I don't have a long weekend, unfortunately. But it is what it is. Um, yeah, how's everyone else doing? Yeah, lunch. I probably will get food in the next sprint because I could use some food. Um, Nuggety? What, lunch? Or nuggety? What, nougaty? Is that a is that a new term the kids are saying that I'm not aware of? Or oh, that I have to work. Yes. Yep. Nuggety. Nuggety. Words, words, words. I somehow have not encountered this word before. Uh, Inside joke from McDonald days. Nice, nice. Pete, hello. Hopefully you enjoyed the live show and separated any brawls that potentially out occurred between the live ship trader dissenting opinion people. Hello. Yes. I saw you in words ship of destiny chat. Oh my gosh, my brain is in two places right now. I kind of want to just like boom go through this Michael Tracy conversation slash disagreement, and then I can move on in my mind. Um, weren't allowed to swear, so everything was nuggets or nuggety. Fudge nuggets. I feel like that's a good swear. Um, Most annoying to have mass orders for. I would, for some reason, I would think like burgers would be more annoying, but what do I know? um, Also, I miss K Fox's message. I sometimes like my eyes scroll over messages. Working on Saturday in a college town, the first Saturday of a football season is a thing I did. Oh boy, oh boy. Were people rowdy and stuff? Oh man, I wonder if I'll ever get on like a normal sleep schedule. That would be cool. Yeah, secret item. It's like the Szechuan sauce or whatever. Uh, I'm not a Rick and Morty fan, by the way, so don't ask me any follow up questions. Why is it annoying, Stacy? Yeah, I don't even know. It's because you could only fry 96 nuggets at a time, and sometimes we'd have, oh geez, 300. Who orders 300 nuggets? I guess like if like a football team comes in, um, one of my cousins, uh, who lives in Rochester, the Buffalo Bills team came in one day to their like food place and ordered like just so much. Like the entire team came in after practice on the team bus, and it was like more food than anyone's ever seen. A lot of people ordering 20 packs is how you get there. Lol. I guess so. I guess so. Um, yeah, I guess it like depends how long it takes to cook and stuff as well. Like, yeah, mostly just a lot of big orders from humans of variety, degrees of sobriety. Yeah, yeah, that'll happen in a college town. I haven't day drank in months. Kind of miss those college days. Although to be fair, I didn't day drink in college too much either, and I didn't really tailgate too much. Um, I went to UMass, so our football team was notoriously bad. Um, I once had an order for 500 cheeseburgers and 100 small fries. It was a cocktail hour at a wedding. Thankfully, they called ahead. Yes, that is good to do. I know the Buffalo Bills team called ahead in my cousin's story, and they actually talked to the manager, and the manager didn't tell them before, but they were like, "Yeah, can you guys like come in a half hour early because of reasons?" And then they didn't tell them why until they got there because they didn't want, the workers telling their family and friends and stuff and having, you know, the Bills players get um whatever, a lot of like people annoying them or like, taking their opportunity for photo ops. It must be weird being famous like that, like on that level. Because like if you're like a football star in your city's hometown, or like a basketball star or something, you know, the amount of people that approach you if you go out, it's probably pretty crazy. Yeah, college football is a big deal in the South. I do know that. Never tailgated or been to a game. Yeah, I wonder how tough it is to get into games down there. At UMass, never really a problem for me. Um, yeah. Um, yeah, too many humans can't can't handle it. Um, let's see. What is everyone reading? I forgot to ask. It's the classic reading sprints question. Oh man, I've got to I'm just so behind on everything. I feel like I'm out of the routine of being a booktuber and stuff and reading consistently. That I don't know. I had the routine kind of down, but now it's derailed a bit and it's hard to get back on the horse once you're off the horse. When you're riding the horse, it's going good, but now it's a bit different. I went to like half a football game in college. The rest of the time, I was usually working. Oh boy, yeah, work consumes the day. Um, yeah, I went to. I don't think I sat through a full football game. It was just so boring, and like I don't know anything about college football. Um, and like you're there. Well, I was only there drunk once. I think I was there sober like twice. But you're there. The team's not good, and yeah, I don't know. And I don't really like football that much. If it were a soccer game, first of all, it would be shorter, and I like soccer more, so that's pretty cool. Um, let's see, Going Postal and a South pub called Sickles Edge. Nice. I was in marching band. So you were at games. Um, Marching band in college. That's cool. Um, classic. For some reason, my brain was like, "Oh, what did you play?" But then I was like, "Oh, I know what you played." The drummer played drums, I would assume. Hockey is pretty fast. I've definitely sat through some college hockey games. I went to a small private college with no football team. Yes, that is great sadness or happiness if you like small colleges. Um, I finished The Winter of the Witch earlier today and have to pick up something new. May read Shaman's Crossing by Hobb. What is that? Is that in the Elderling series? I don't even know. Starbucks during sorority rush week, though, that's a nightmare to work. Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah. Who's worse? Sororities coming into your coffee shop or frats coming into your college coffee shop? Fraps for frats. Good marketing ploy. Oh, yep. Come on in. All right. So, I believe Michael is going to be joining momentarily. So, uh, it should be interesting. I play tuba. JK, yeah. Heading out, see a K Fox. Have a good time. Finish the blade itself. Nice. Taking a break. Um, oh, shoot. I sent the wrong link. I'm an idiot. I can't type. um, Sororities are worse because they all order the same thing in a very similar names, and then they wear the same thing. Oh boy. Order the same thing but slightly different. Oh yeah, that does sound brutal. Because if it's like 10 of the same thing, that's actually like, you can kind of bang them out. All right, Michael Tracey is here. So add to stream. What is up? I don't know if you've used StreamYards before or not, but
I
um,
have, yeah. I use it when
oh,
I do streams myself, so
I figured.
I
All
have the
right,
hang of it.
awesome. Well, welcome. I don't know if I
Thanks.
should use this view or the other one. Whatever. This is fine. Yeah, so I brought you on, and you graciously accepted my offer to come on to
Let's
talk
not
about.
overstate my graciousness, but yeah.
Yeah, not yeah. I shouldn't speak too soon, I guess. Yeah, to talk about Russia Ukraine. For those of you who don't know, this is Michael Tracey. He has a Substack, makes appearances on Tucker
Everybody does.
Carlson. Yeah, everyone has. Yeah, sure. I'm sure you have a podcast or something as well, or no?
Um, I've been on this app Callin since last December. Is like my main audio medium, so it's
Okay.
like quasi podcast thing. I don't know if you've heard of it. It's sort of like an interactive podcast where people can call in while the podcast is being recorded. And
Well,
it's a pretty good setup.
I haven't used it, but sounds cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I must admit I'm not like super familiar with your
Oh,
work and
that's
stuff.
fine. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't expecting like a massively well prepared, like fleshed out premise. I just thought, maybe since we had a Twitter exchange and we could just use that as a starting point, just elaborate on like whatever the I don't know I wouldn't call it tension, but whatever the
Yeah.
maybe miscommunication was or whatever gave rise to the exchange there that we had yesterday.
Awesome. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so I wouldn't say like I'm a super like Ukraine focused voter, but
Yeah. Okay,
which
so let,
most
let, let, me,
people
let,
are.
me,
Yeah,
let me just lay out the premise, I guess.
yeah,
So
sure.
yesterday, I don't know why I had this thought on like at 9 o'clock in the morning or something, but I did, which is that especially if you look at the pro-Ukraine online community, and community is kind of a
People on
cliche
Twitter.
way to
Yeah.
put it. Yeah, mostly people on Twitter, I guess. Yeah, um, who have gotten more organized seemingly lately and are very, let's say, brash in
Hmm.
their presentation and their joint activity. They seem to have, not that this would be a huge focus of theirs, but to the extent that they ever express views on Donald Trump, their views are negative. Their views are what you would probably associate with more the conventional liberal view in the US. Um, and often when Trump comes up in, and again, I'm generalizing based on what is my admittedly limited impression
Yeah.
of
I
this,
think that's mostly true there.
multifarious,
Yeah.
online community or online formation, right? So, yeah,
Hmm.
but you kind of get my drift, right?
Yeah.
And whenever Trump does come up, usually in connection to something Ukraine related, they, to the extent that they express view, it'll be negative, right? So since the war started, every now and then I will bring up, if it's relevant, if there's some news hook, that this seems like a bit paradoxical because Trump, more than any other president before him, including Obama, actually delivered policy wise pretty much everything what these more ardent pro Ukraine online people seem to want. For one thing, Trump presided over the elevation of Ukraine into this, what was called enhanced partnership status in NATO, which is sort of like a precursor phase for aspiring member states before they formally join. That's to sort of enhance their interoperability with NATO as a forerunner of them potentially becoming full-fledged members. So Ukraine wasn't officially on any kind of track to join NATO, at least as far as we know, in the past couple of years. But they were moving toward that point, in part because Trump presided over the elevation of them to this new enhanced partnership status, which entails, among other things, more direct and fulsome coordination militarily with the US in particular. So the NATO membership status, enhanced and fortified military ties between the US and Ukraine. They also seem to want that. And of course, the big one, the big enchilada is that at the behest of John McCain and Lindsey Graham in 2017, Trump parted from Obama and authorized for the first time the deployment of lethal so-called aid to Ukraine. Now, I don't like to use tend to only use the word aid sarcastically in this context because it seems like a
Defensive
ridiculous.
military aid, I guess,
Yeah,
to
it
be
seems like a
specific.
ridiculous. It's a ridiculous euphemism because when you think of aid, it's like a first aid kit or something. No, it's like
Yeah.
missiles or
Hmm.
grenade launchers or that kind of thing. So aid is seems like a deliberately obscurantist way that it's framed for popular consumption. But anyway, that's a side issue. Um, so just those three things, and we could get into more, but
Yeah.
those three things alone would seem to indicate to me that if you're one of these online pro-Ukraine types who are populating Twitter and who are clearly
Yeah.
regarding the issue of Ukraine now as their top priority, why would you then have such an antagonistic view of Trump? Trump delivered exactly what you would have wanted on a policy level. In fact, notwithstanding this, widespread and I would say extremely faulty perception that Trump is perpetually in cahoots with Putin, when Putin launched the invasion on February 24th, and he gave remarks expressing his rationale for the invasion, among the grievances he cited was that the US had increasingly militarized Ukraine and converted it into an outpost for its exertions of hegemonic power. And who's the one who actually accelerated that process? It was Donald Trump. So again, I guess there was sort of a me saying what I did yesterday was just a bit of a prod at what seems like an unexamined paradox in these sort of competing attitudes amongst the types of people on the internet who are, vociferously pro-Ukraine day in and day out.
Sure. Yeah, that's a good starting point. We can get back to Putin's, reasons for invading. Obviously, he threw like a ton of reasons at the wall, and I think he was just hoping whatever stuck. Like he also said, the Ukrainian people are like ethnically our people, and we're reuniting like the Soviet and like crazy stuff. So we can get back to that later. But in regards to Trump, um, for from what my understanding, I don't think Ukraine can join NATO now based on NATO's own charters, based on Kiev, because they've got like an active border dispute going on. Um,
Um,
so I think the reason
I don't
they're
think
like
that's exactly
enhanced,
true because that would have been the case then pre 2022 because Crimea's borders were under dispute. I don't think many people were saying that, in perpetuity, that meant Ukraine could never join NATO. Now, occasionally it would be cited as a potential complication or issue that would have to be resolved, but NATO could just always amend its charter.
yeah, I mean that's true. But as it was written, that was one of the reasons why they probably wouldn't join NATO. Or at least according to some diplomats in some of the NATO countries.
Yeah,
Um,
it would be an issue that would have to be
yeah,
resolved over the course of any application process. That's for sure. I wouldn't say it definitively excludes the possibility.
yeah, but that's a lot of why they use the enhanced partner status, and that I mean that was kind of like the consensus um, in Washington. And then as far as the aid goes as
Well, I mean,
well,
it's like Finland and Sweden were also enhanced partners, and they weren't granted that status to bypass some problem in terms of their potential eligibility involving a border dispute. There was no border dispute in Finland or Sweden. It was just this interim step to enhance their interoperability. That's the sort of the buzzword that NATO uses all the time. Interoperability, meaning like their militarily seamlessness between countries under the NATO umbrella.
yeah, I think there were like different reasons for all the country, like Ukraine, Sweden, and Finland. As far as I understand, Finland and Sweden, I mean, many of the politicians in that country wanted neutrality, so that's a lot of why, and same in Ukraine as well. But or they like it wasn't like the consensus that everyone wanted to join NATO per se in those
No, it
countries
wasn't. It was no, it wasn't the
until now,
consensus.
obviously.
Yeah,
Um,
it wasn't the consensus, but it was a growing aspiration.
at, yeah, I mean, some thought. I mean, mostly they wanted peace, so they or not to be invaded. So they, I mean, there was disagreements of whether joining NATO or not joining NATO was more helpful to that. Or that's my read on Sweden and Finland, I guess.
Well, I mean, if you have a primary source document that shows that NATO conferred this enhanced partnership status on Ukraine because they wanted to stymie or forestall their ability to join NATO as a full member, let me know. I'm happy to take a look at it. But it also is the case, and this gets back to the wider Trump point, that
Oh,
in
okay,
2020.
yeah, sorry. Let me actually respond to the Trump stuff because I haven't really
Well,
gotten there yet.
let me just quickly add another
Okay.
point to that, because in 2020, Pompeo, and this was after the impeachment stuff happened in 2019 that involved Ukraine, at least nominally. Pompeo in early 2020, so pre-COVID, went to Ukraine and met with Zelensky and affirmed the enduring resolve of the U.S. to, militarily bolster Ukraine. And on that very trip, and again, this was, just over 2 years ago, Pompeo declared on behalf of Donald Trump and the Trump administration the United States support, not just for bolstering their defenses or sending them like incrementally greater shipments of Javelin missiles or something, but for supporting their efforts to join NATO. That was what Pompeo said in 2020. So, at least if these pro-Ukraine online types are not super invested now in the idea of Ukraine joining NATO, then they should be even more appreciative of Donald Trump for being a trailblazer on that issue.
Okay. Well, if you're curious about what one of them thinks, you've got one in front of you,
Yeah, go
so
ahead.
I can respond. Uh,
Sorry.
so, yeah. So, in terms of policy, yeah, the Trump or the Senate pushed through like budget for Ukraine and stuff at various points. We don't have to get into the nitty gritty of that too much. I don't particularly see the reason to, but yes, the shipments went to Ukraine of weapons. So, I mean, that is something I agree is good that Trump did. But in terms of,
Did you think, just
diplomacy,
out of curiosity, did you think that was a good decision at the time, and were you cognizant enough of it to have a view?
generally, I'm not like super in favor of weapons deals, but in this particular instance, it seems like um, Ukraine having defensive weapons is probably in the country's best interest, both Ukraine's best interest, like the people of Ukraine, both and like other countries in Europe and stuff like that. I don't know if you disagree with that but
So you disagree with Barack Obama, who said that it would be inflammatory and that it would heighten tensions and could lead to military conflict. And actually, Obama turned out to be correct in
well,
that. But you
there was
disagreed
already
with Obama?
there was already military conflict in terms
Well,
of
heightened
Russia
military
invading
conflict.
uh, Crimea. Well,
Well,
yeah,
I
I
mean,
mean,
there was no full-fledged invasion.
yeah, I mean, they annexed the territory, and it was kind of an implied
Right, but
military threat,
the
certainly.
reason why Obama resisted people within his administration, including Hillary Clinton and others, who were advocating for the shipment of lethal weaponry to Ukraine, um, is because he stated that it was unjustifiably incendiary, would bring unjustifiable fissures into the U.S.-Russia bilateral relationship, and he regarded it. And this was, this is basically conventional wisdom at the time. It's flipped or inverted ever since. But back then, that notion of arming Ukraine was actually more associated with like the John McCain school of
Yeah,
thought, meaning
sure.
pretty
Yeah.
rabid
Yeah, so yeah.
interventionism and antagonism. And he, that partially explains why Obama rejected it. So you disagreed with Obama then and agreed with Trump.
No, so at the time I would have probably agreed with Obama, but with the benefit of history on our side and being able to look back, I actually think that it was a good call because of Russia's, um, you know, territorial expansionist ambitions, which they seem to have. Um, and I think, I mean, we were probably both wrong about this. Like, did you think, or I mean, you probably didn't think
Before we
Russia
move
was
on,
going to
can we just
invade.
like tie up this point really quick? So, with the benefit of hindsight, you're saying you
Yes,
agree with Donald Trump and disagree with Barack Obama.
yes,
Okay,
but
that's notable.
but yeah, but at the same time,
Do you think your
uh,
view on that is pretty representative of like people people on the internet who are kind of ardently pro-Ukraine, that they disagree with Obama and agree with Trump
I mean,
in the same way?
I don't like run in super pro Ukraine circles, but
But no,
I
that's
think
not your
it's
sense, like based on what you
per,
can glean.
yeah, but well, from like the like Ukrainian people's perspective, I think the weapons, I think they're very grateful for the weapons. So yeah, I think the Ukrainian consensus is that yeah, it was a good call. But like at the same time, the Senate
Unless the
voted
weapons
for
were
it
a
too.
contributing factor in hastening the process whereby war breaks out. So let's say in theory, let's just let's just say in theory Obama was correct in his initial warnings as to why it was misguided to send the weapons. Because remember, Obama warned that this could increase the likelihood that an all-out war would break out. So if sending weapons, as Trump later did, actually had the effect that Obama warned it would, and did indeed increase the likelihood that a war would break out, and then a war breaks out, I mean, wouldn't don't you suspect that lots of Ukrainians would be thankful for war not breaking out? And if sending the weapons was antithetical to that, then maybe the weapons weren't really so much in their interest, and they would be more grateful had they not been sent.
Yeah, that's not my sense of the Ukrainian people's thoughts on the situation. At that point, well, Russia had already annexed territory. They had done, imperialist military operations in countries that weren't Ukraine. Um, they,
Which countries?
well, Syria, they're bombing. I mean, we are as well, obviously, but obviously that's a pretty imperialist military operation, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I mean, you could make that argument, sure.
Okay. And they have military bases in other countries like Georgia, Belarus. I don't have the list in front of me, but there's
Right.
various other countries. That's pretty imperialist when you say having military bases in other countries is imperialist. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you could make that
Okay.
argument.
Yeah. So I think, and that all that and the annexing of Crimea, Georgia, all that stuff, all that has led to a common phrase in Eastern Europe being if you call the United States will come. If you call Russia, Russia will come. And if you call no one, Russia will come. I'm not sure if you've heard that, but that's like pretty much like that's like the common sense position there. And I think,
But hold on a second. Let me just interject, right? Because I don't know if I have to remind you of this. You probably already know. So sorry if I'm
sure.
being sort of superfluous here. But Zelensky, when he was first ran for office, as this novice politician who was previously a comedian, he was generally running as the peace candidate, right? Or the candidate who, because he was outside the system, he would have the unique ability to finally broker an arrangement with Russia, and resolve some of the lingering tensions that had been, that were still existent after the events of 2014.
Yeah, I
So
don't think
given
any.
that, hold on, and then given that he won in a landslide in 2019, presumably a solid majority of Ukrainians, at least in a sense, agreed with his vision on that score. And his vision on that score was more oriented toward not getting weapons from the US, but rather brokering a peace arrangement, which is why there was this protracted diplomatic engagement with France and Germany around this thing called the Minsk Accord. And there's debate as to which party, that included Russia in that formation.
Yeah.
So I don't know. In 2019, you could make the case that, to the extent one can generalize about the preferences or policy preferences of a whole country, which is sort of a fraught thing to do in the first place.
Well,
But
you
at
can
least
look at
looking at that
political.
election result, it seems like the Ukrainian people wanted a peaceable resolution to the war, or a peaceable resolution anyway to like the outstanding conflict. And if you could argue, could stipulate, or if you could assert that the provision of U.S. weaponry and the greater integration of Ukraine into NATO and the bolstering of military ties between the U.S. bilaterally and Ukraine, if that was antithetical to Zelensky being able to carry out his promised agenda to finally broker this arrangement by way of the Minsk Accords, then again, I think it seems plausible to me that actually much of Ukraine, at least circa 2019, would not have been very appreciative of what trajectory that you know intensified military tie would not be thankful as to what that eventually produced, which you could argue is the war.
Well, I think it's kind of a stretch to say that, especially when Putin gave many reasons that were not tied to the Ukraine getting weapons of any kind for the invasion of Ukraine. Now, I mean, I don't like trust everything Putin says, but if he's saying he's invading a country and saying, you know, and he's giving like 10 reasons, and 9 of those reasons aren't because that country got weapons from a third country that we don't like. I feel like
Well,
the invasion
not just any
happened.
third country. They weren't coming from Zimbabwe, right? They were coming from
Yeah,
the
yeah,
number
of course.
one economic and military power in the world that was a
Yeah,
historical enemy of Russia.
sure. Yeah. So, but I mean, I think his way to fight against the US was to do this either way, probably, based on his own words.
Okay, so
But
I
but
don't.
like we can disagree on that, but
What
I
do we disagree on?
Putin's reason for invading. But like
I
I
don't.
do want to say, based on the other stuff you
I'm
said,
not sure what the basis of the disagreement is. I mean, I'm just noting one thing he said was the justification.
okay. Well, we can get right back to that. I just want to put a pin in the last thing as well. Um, um, in terms of Ukrainians wanting peace, I think they always wanted peace with Russia by and large, but like they just didn't have a choice in the matter. So them electing Zelensky as a candidate, I don't think is super indicative of much in terms of like the outcome of Russia making a decision to invade them.
No. I was only referencing the election of Zelensky as a data point to indicate that to the extent one can extrapolate what the political attitudes are of an entire country, at least in 2019 when Zelensky was elected, given that he won an overwhelming mandate and given that one of his signature policy pledges was to follow through on these diplomatic negotiations to forge a peaceable resolution, then if the U.S. policy of that Trump initiated and which Obama opposed because he thought it would potentially lead to conflict down the road, and he was correct. But if that policy, the provisioning of weapons, the enhanced military operability between the U.S. and Ukraine, if that undermined or detracted from Zelensky's ability to actually follow through on his pledge of sealing the Minsk agreement, then I think doesn't seem crazy to me that when you talk about what Ukrainians might be as a whole grateful for, it could have been in a slightly different scenario. It could have been that they would have been more grateful had Obama's position prevailed rather than Trump's, because maybe there would have been one less variable that was working to undermine rather than fortify their ability to broker that Minsk peace agreement back when Zelensky was elected on a peace platform.
Yeah, possibly. I think it's very unlikely given Putin's own public statements, but it's possible that if Ukraine had less weapons, Russia would have seen them as a um, less desirable target for some reason. But it's also possible that if they had less weapons, that Russia would have seen them as a more desirable target. And it's hard to, I mean, unless you can like see into Putin's brain and whatever, it's hard to really determine
Yeah, and I've
what he's.
obviously, I
Yeah,
find the whole genre of commentary where people purport to have like
sure.
psychoanalyzed Putin and are making like grand pronouncements about what's going on
Yeah,
inside his brain. That's very tedious and unedifying.
yeah,
But
sure.
I'm not going on any sort of armchair psychoanalysis. I'm just going on what's in the public record. And what's in the public record is that in December of last year, when the Russian foreign service, or by way of Lavrov, when they officially sent their final, call it ultimatum, or their final list of security, demands for security guarantees or requests, try to just
Yeah,
describe it neutrally and not really condemn or approve. But that document that was transmitted to the U.S. for consideration in the run-up to the war, among the foremost provisions of that document, or that appeal, was military neutrality in Ukraine. So it's not like you have to do a whole lot of speculation as to what the motives are and what could have been the impetus that is more important than other impetuses in precipitating the war, at least as far as I can tell, given that Russia stated it plainly. Now, maybe they were just flatly lying. Maybe they were making it up. Maybe it was a whole, shell game or something. But they did submit that document to the United States. The United States refused to even entertain the idea of arranging some sort of neutrality settlement with Ukraine.
yeah. I
And
I feel like
there
you're
you have it.
taking that document like way too seriously from them, because it's such a common practice for imperialist nations to lie before going into war. Like that's the oldest trick in the book. Like I don't know if you're just naive, or like, or you're trying to take it like at too much
Well,
face
I'm just
value,
I'm,
but I don't
I'm
know
just
why you're
examining
getting
with the
caught up.
public record.
Iraq, World War I, like these are all like conflicts
I don't
that
think it's
that
naivete to assess
it,
what's in the public record.
okay, but like
And
I mean,
I grant
we
that
can
it's
assess
of
the
course
statements from
possible.
Colin Powell
I
and
grant it's of
Bush,
course possible that they were just lying, but
but
to
no,
infer
but
that they
like it
were
was
lying, you'd have to
probable.
psychoanalyze Putin, and we both agree we don't really have the capacity to do this because we're not his psychotherapist.
Okay, but like we have to use like some level of analysis on this stuff. If someone like if we were doing this with Iraq, like would you if I was like, well, Rumsfeld had stocks in these, military industrialist companies. Do you think Rumsfeld was affected by these things? Well, that would involve psychoanalyzing him. Like
Well, no, it
I
wouldn't.
think,
That would be a material thing.
yeah, but like saying it affects him
That would
isn't
be
psychoanalyzing him, right?
That we know Donald Rumsfeld has certain investments that might be
Oh, okay, fine. Here's a
bolstered by
material
the
thing.
war
Here,
is something that we in the public record. It wouldn't
sure,
be
sure,
conjecture.
fine. Then let's go with only public record stuff. You would say it's statements from Putin's public record, right?
Well, yeah, it is.
Okay, so he said he invaded because the Ukraine, like he wants to reunite the Soviet Union and
No, he didn't say
the
that.
land, the blood, the soil. The Ukrainian people are Russian people. Like he
He didn't
said
say he
all
wants
that.
to reunite the Soviet Union. He denounced the Soviet. He denounced the origins of the Soviet Union in
Well,
that
he
speech,
wanted to
launching the
reunite the
war.
land, the
He
land.
was criticizing the folly of the Bolsheviks in
Yes,
constructing a political order that disunited Ukraine and Russia,
sure. It
who
was
they
only
say
the blood
descend
and
from a
soil that he
common
wanted
like
to. Yeah,
civilization called the Rus. So no, I mean,
yeah,
I of course I acknowledge it's also in the public record, including in that extremely lengthy manifesto style essay that he published in the summer of 2021. That there were these kind of grand historical designs about this, the ultimate unification as peoples of Russia and Ukraine, and the separation of the two was something that Putin clearly bemoans as a tragedy of history. So I don't, I readily acknowledge that that was part of the public justification as well. But in terms of the immediate justification that was cited in terms of this, final ultimatum style document that was submitted to the U.S. and then which the U.S. then ignored. It doesn't have anything to do with these like historical narratives or this ancestral lineage or anything. It was the military status of Ukraine as increasingly intertwined with the United States. And, it just so happens, getting back to the starting point of this conversation, that increasing intertwined status between the US and Ukraine was accelerated more than anyone by Donald Trump.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I am going to just say I think Putin was just giving every possible justification for the invasion that he wanted to do anyway. That's what it seems like to me. That's what it seems like when any imperialist country like Russia, like the United States, whenever they go to war, they just say whatever they think will justify the war to their people. And I I don't know. But yeah, I mean, we can move on
So
from that because
let me
like
hold on.
well, no, we're just
during
going
the
in
Iraq
circles
War,
though.
right?
We're agreeing to
Well, hold on.
disagree.
Yeah, but this is
Wait, no,
actually sort of
no,
an
hold on.
interesting
I'm
point.
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
okay, go
I
ahead.
had you on to
Yeah,
talk
yeah,
about
sorry.
Trump, and
Yeah.
I haven't even given my
Okay,
opinions on
sorry.
Trump. So like
Sometimes I
we're
can
like
rant. I
really
apologize.
off, and yeah. So because you asked the question on Twitter, so I
Right,
feel like I should answer it eventually.
right.
Um, look, so in terms of Trump, there's policy and there's diplomacy. And regardless of whether we have like Obama's position, Clinton's position, Trump's position, whatever on policy, on diplomacy, he's absolutely atrocious in terms
Wait,
of this stuff.
by
So,
diplomacy, you mean
as
just
one
like his
example,
personal temperament or something, or do you mean like the actual diplomatic
his
policy?
public statements, yeah,
Okay, so his
and
public utterances and his just manner,
yeah, which is
comportment.
in
Yeah.
partly diplomacy.
Okay.
Um, like speeches, that's diplomacy. Like, I mean, diplomacy is a wide net, but like, um, and obviously behind the scenes stuff too. But
And when
I
you say
mean,
he's
I don't think
horrible, you mean he was horrible in terms of being insufficiently pro-Ukraine or even anti-Ukraine in some way?
he was insufficient at being coherent and publicly having statements that make sense. So, as an example, he still does this.
Yeah.
So, remember when the war started and he made the statement that we should fly planes in and bomb Russia with Chinese flags? Obviously, do you disagree with doing this? I disagree with doing this. I think that's a bad
Is that what he
idea.
said? I mean, it almost doesn't
He,
matter what he said because he
he
says anything that pops into his addled brain. So
yes, yeah. And you saying that, like that's an acknowledgement. He's bad at diplomacy because like you
well,
shouldn't
I mean, I've
do that
said
to
since
be.
2015 that I mean, Trump says whatever pops into his addled brain, and
Yeah.
so he's going to be largely incoherent, or he's going to have seemingly contradictory instincts and prescriptions at any given time.
Yeah. So I think that's like the most glaring and obvious reason why someone wouldn't support Trump in terms of being pro Ukraine, anti Trump. Like, doesn't that make sense for like
But
right off the
but
bat to you?
well, Trump's comportment in that respect is pretty much the same across the board, regardless of issue, not far from just Ukraine, right? I mean, even like domestic policy, whatever the fleeting controversy of the week was when he was in office, getting into feuds with people. I mean, this is just a common trope of Trump's
Yeah.
entire political persona, right? So,
Yeah. And
so
I
to,
don't
to
care
then
if he
to then
gets
cite
impeached.
that as why you're somehow anti-Trump, it seems trivial. It seems almost irrelevant compared to the policy, which I think is far more significant. I mean, would you grant that
I,
the
I
policy
agree the
outcomes are
policy is
far more
important
significant?
too.
Well, do you agree that it's policy outcomes, at least in this respect?
Policy
And remember
outcomes,
remember
certainly.
oh yeah, I mean the policy outcomes that Trump effectuated vis-a-vis Ukraine were far more important and far it should seem to be far more determinative in terms of whether one supports Trump in this, at least on this set of issues, than his his muddled utterances, which don't really have any long-term import other than to demonstrate what we all already know, which is that Trump tends to be this incoherent rambler.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, of course, policy matters, but I
More
if
so than
like
comportment.
yeah, but like in this case, the policy specifically, it was the consensus more or less. Like I forget the vote, but it was overwhelming support for funding of Ukrainian weapons in 20
Well, there was no
whatever
well, there was
2018.
there was no vote. I mean, it was a unilateral decision on the president's part. I mean,
The
there were subsequently
the
there were budget
funding,
appropriations.
the
Yeah,
yeah,
there
the
were
budget
subsequent, but in terms
appropriations,
of
it
the
was
policy
pretty
decision
universal.
to commence the shipment of lethal weaponry, that was
Well,
entirely up to Trump.
the budget allocation was done by the Senate. If
Well,
Trump
yeah.
did not go along with that, that would have been like I'm pretty sure that's like against our constitution, more or less. Like you kind of have to, if the Senate allocates budgets to your, you know, it whatever you like,
I
you
mean, well,
have to.
the Congress holds the power of the purse for everything that the government spends money on.
Yeah, and then
But
and then the administration and like the different departments that they pick the cabinets for, they implement the budgetary spending. So
well,
if Trump
but
didn't
but
implement it, that would have been like really
but
like unconstitutional, basically.
but when Trump in 2017 announced the policy decision to commence the deployment of lethal weaponry to Ukraine, he wasn't doing so like under duress where he had been ordered to do it by Congress or he was facing some kind of constitutional dilemma. No, it was a policy decision on his own accord because the president has, for better or worse, I think usually worse, extremely broad latitude to set policy unilaterally. And so this was a unilateral policy modification that he made. He wasn't obliged to do so by Congress. Congress did, of course, yeah, later initiate appropriations to continue and to sort of routinize these weapons deployments. But in terms of what, and there were already appropriations for Ukraine pre 2017. I mean, Obama was
Yeah.
sending other types of supplies. What Trump did was say, okay, in addition to the supplies we're already sending, Trump mocked Obama for only sending pillows. Now we're also going to, on top of that, send the lethal weaponry as well. So I mean, was Trump was in perfectly good standing constitutionally to make a decision one way or I mean, if he had
Yeah.
to, if in other words, if Trump had said, you know what, I'm not making this decision to now begin the process of sending lethal weaponry in 2017, it wouldn't contravened anything that was obliged upon him by Congress.
Yeah, but then when they appropriated the budget for him, he had to go through with it pretty much.
He had already made the policy decision.
Yeah, but like he's I mean, what I'm saying is it was like the consensus in Washington, more or less. And also, I know I'm sorry, Trump said Obama was only sending pillows, but in reality, Obama was sending weapons as well, and military equipment and stuff. It, if I'm remembering that correctly. I mean, I can look
Not
it up
lethal
as well.
weaponry, not lethal weaponry, because I mean, Obama's whole
Well,
logic and why he was resistant to that
they had the missile
notion.
stands. They had the missile stands, but they didn't have the
Right. Yeah. I
missiles or
mean,
stuff.
it was sort
Well,
of ridiculous prior. It was a little bit farcical to send missile stands, but not the missile itself. I'll grant that.
well,
That's a
I mean,
whatever.
it was
That's an
basically
absurdity. But it was
defensive
considered a red
military.
line in terms of antagonizing Russia to actually send the lethal weapons themselves, which is why Obama resisted doing so.
Yeah,
And
but
why John McCain and Lindsey Graham, who I don't tend to agree with on foreign policy on virtually any issue, but I know liberals now have this synergy with them, which is sort of interesting.
yeah, no, I don't really agree with them.
Well, you agree with them on this?
Well, in hindsight, yes, but at the time I did not. And I think Ukraine having defensive, lethal military aid,
Well,
whatever
they're
you
the
want to
ones.
call it,
Well,
that's
okay,
good.
okay,
That's good right now.
but they're the ones who championed that issue and successfully lobbied Trump to break with
Yeah, and they were
Obama's
right.
precedent. Right.
And I think Obama was right too to send the missile stands because again, I
But
I
he
don't
was
want to go
wrong
back
not
in
to begin
circles.
sending the full-fledged lethal weaponry.
Whatever. It doesn't matter either way.
What?
I think both of those things are equally as provocative to Russia, or they could use either of those things and say the West is out to get us, their propaganda machine or whatever. But yeah, I mean it.
So you think missiles and a piece of plastic on which a missile could theoretically be inserted, those are equally provocative? So
I think the rush. No, 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 no.
why did
No,
Obama
I want to
ascertain a
clarify my
difference in the
statement. I think you
provocative nature
misstated
of them?
my statement. No,
Okay.
they're equally as provocative to Russian media if they want to spin that like they'll just say like they're setting up missiles, which is like kind of true,
Well, why did
rather
Obama
than
see
like
one as more provocative than the other, such that he resisted sending the lethal weapons?
sure. I like it's almost a distinction without a difference. Almost. I get that there's a
Obama
small,
seemed to think
very
it was a
small.
distinction with a very significant difference. That's why he resisted
Yeah,
sending it.
again, I don't really care too much about what Obama thought or Graham thought. You're getting like kind of caught up in a lot of stuff that people thought
Well, no,
years and
I'm
years
just
ago.
trying to clarify like the principles at stake here, using different political figures as sort of stand-ins for rival tendencies within the
Sure.
American political system.
Yeah, but yeah, I basically what I'm saying is Ukraine had quite a bit of military aid either way, and I think that like these are very minor policy differences, and the and I agree that policy generally is more important, but when we're talking about policy differences that are this minor, I think that
But hold on, even Ukraine didn't regard that as a minor policy difference, because when Trump made the decision, and so this was, you know, this is a sort of a different political environment back in 2017. But when Trump made that decision in 2017, you can go look at the contemporaneous coverage. It was received rapturously by Ukraine government officials, and they were extremely appreciative, and they were most definitely regarded it as highly significant.
yeah, well they liked the increased spending more so than like
No,
all
they
the other stuff.
that
But
they were
like
now going to be getting lethal weaponry such as the missile systems that had
yeah,
long advocated the US sent them. That wasn't generally understood to be some minor trivial difference. It was seen to be an extremely important, almost affirmation now of the accelerated military ties between the US and Ukraine. So to the extent that there were political factions in Ukraine who wanted, who supported enhancing those ties, they viewed it as a not a minor decision, but a very major one.
yeah. Yep, they agreed with the consensus in Washington of the Senate and various Trump
But
admins
it
to
wasn't
say,
consensus in this. It wasn't in 2017. It wasn't a consensus. There was actually
yeah, but
a lot of Democratic opposition in 2017. I mean, one of the petty reasons why Trump seemed to do it was just sheer partisanship, because he was trying to get a one up on Obama and Democrats who were, seen as wusses for not following through on actually sending the lethal aid.
yeah, well,
I mean, now it's consensus. It subsequently did become consensus. You're right. Ironically, John McCain and Lindsey Graham, when they were seen before as on a rather more hawkish fringe, they became the embodiments of consensus, which to me is slightly ominous given the track record of the foreign policy prescriptions they tend to make over the years.
Yep. So now it's consensus, which I'm glad we agree on because that gets
Oh, of
into
course.
okay.
How can that be
Yeah.
denied? I mean, look
Yeah,
how
exactly.
overwhelmingly
So
it gets passed in both houses of Congress.
yeah.
Just this. I mean, Bernie Sanders is for it. Bernie
Yeah.
Sanders and Ted Cruz are united.
Yep. Exactly. So now that everyone's aligned policy wise, the only thing to really look at is diplomacy wise. And again, Trump falls like extremely short, like in being like whatever you want, like as a diplomacy metric, whichever one you name and want to look at, Trump is worse than most rant like pick a person in Washington, Trump's probably worse. And obviously I know you might find like, oh well, like Tom Cotton said something about like something one time that was worse than Trump's statement. Sure, fine. I'll stipulate that some people
Tom Cotton
maybe
has made
said
many such statements that I can
yes,
assure you of. Yeah.
yes, of course. But
Tom Cotton actually warned in April that Russia could attack a U.S. military installation in Washington State.
well, yeah, I didn't actually know that. But anyway,
It's true.
because we've basically got policy consensus, um, to me right now, as someone who thinks Russia's 100% in the wrong for invading, like I get, obviously there's external factors, but we can say that for 99.9% responsible for the invasion that they committed.
Well, they're 100% responsible for launching the invasion. They literally launched the invasion.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, obviously you were saying they were provoked, but like even if you're provoked,
Well,
you can still
I haven't said that exactly. No.
Okay, well, you
I mean,
insinuated it. But anyway,
I'm against aggressive invasions as well. So I was, the first
sure,
thing I said when the war was launched in the middle of the
yeah,
night on that, in February was, that it was a crime.
yep. So because we've got the policy consensus, do you think Trump is bad? Yeah, and you also agree Trump is bad diplomacy wise. I don't understand
Well,
why you're
I
having
don't.
trouble.
Well, I don't know that I would say I agree that Trump was quote bad diplomacy wise. Not that I'm saying he
On
was
most
particularly
diplomatic
good.
metrics,
Well, I mean, it's sort of what's odd with Trump is that it's a mixed bag, right?
which is bad
So for
diplomacy wise.
well, no, because
One
well,
day
how so?
we're going to bomb
Well,
Russia,
because
the
like
next day we're not going to
because
bomb Russia.
well, yeah, I mean, there was an erratic uh, quality about Trump that obviously caused a lot of uncertainty.
Yeah,
But
I
at least
agree. Sometimes
in certain
contradictory.
areas that could actually have an upside. One of
Yeah,
which I
yeah,
would say
I
is
agree
probably
with
North
that. But
Korea,
on
where I mean, Trump did something historic in having direct negotiations or direct person to person, engagement with Kim Jong Un, which prior to
yeah,
2019 when that happened, or 2018, sorry, that would have been almost unthinkable.
hmm
And I think
yeah,
that was, it remains to be seen if that was, that could be a mixed,
yeah,
that decision diplomatically could have a mixed legacy in terms of what the subsequent, policy dynamic is. But at least, on in principle, I'm generally in favor of diplomacy over military, brinksmanship.
yeah,
And Trump did actually carry that out with respect to Kim Jong Un, which is why I wouldn't say, and on other stuff it was horrible. I mean, on Iran, I mean, it was the legacy was abhorrent, but that had more to do with the policy than Trump's personal style. So the policy of like maximum pressure, where they're inventing new, they sanctioned Iran out the wazoo, and to the point where they had to like invent new sanctions to impose on them because they were so virulent about punishing Iran to an absurd degree.
yeah.
And
I
then of
agree.
course,
I agree. Trump was bad, like
but
bad
I'm not sure
diplomatically
what
to
I'm not
Iran
sure
and
when you say he was
less
bad
bad to
diplomatically, even if we narrow it to Ukraine,
sure.
like what was the ill effect of Trump's badness diplomatically on that issue? For you, because you're
Yeah,
in favor of the military ties, you're in favor of the weaponry, you're in favor, presumably, of like the enhanced NATO status and such. So, like, if Trump was bad in this sense, meaning he was incoherent or he was inconsistent or he was intemperate, what was the ill effect that flaw produced vis-a-vis Ukraine? by your lights.
Yeah. Well, obviously he's not president now, but I
Like when
still
he was president, because that's what I was talking about, his record as president.
yeah. Well, I think statements from well, I think like his statements now are bad and are kind of in line with what he was doing as president in terms of how he made statements and like the crazy stuff he said. Um, like in terms of like the vibes and stuff. I can't prove like if he were president, he would have said like let's bomb Russia with Chinese planes or whatever he said. Like, but I like those vibes. Yes, I think that's
I
not
don't
good
I
for
don't I don't know
diplomacy.
how to empirically evaluate vibes.
Well, like so
So what tangibly happened that was bad with regard to U.S. policy toward Ukraine or U.S. attitudes toward Ukraine or anything involving the Ukraine issue while Trump was president that stemmed
because he's a
from
wild
his
card.
badness or his wild card nature on this stuff? Like what actually happened um, that was undesirable to you?
Um, well, so again, the
Because we've
outcomes weren't.
all we've agreed upon so far is that Trump ended up doing stuff that you find to be desirable vis-a-vis Ukraine. So, what are some undesirable things that happened under his
Um,
tenure?
so basically, I mean, Russia wasn't invading at that time, but I think if Russia were invading and Trump was president, I think it's not too much of a stretch to say that Trump's messaging would be all over the place. It would be like incoherent sometimes, based on his statements now, not as president. And I think that could worsen diplomacy. Also,
Okay, but
when
that's a
he was
counterfactual. I
president,
mean, we have helpfully a factual record because he was president for 4 years. So, is there anything you can point to over the course of those 4 years when his you know suboptimal personal style actually produced a bad outcome vis-a-vis Ukraine as you see it?
um, no, but I don't think I for the most part I don't think we've had bad diplomatic relationships with Ukraine. Like I think there's been bad looks internationally with the U.S. relationship with Russia. I'm not like one of these people who like followed everything about the U.S. and Russia. I know there's some like whatever like over the top stuff that we don't have to get into about the U.S. and Russia. Yeah, right.
Yeah, but we didn't get
But
into like the arms control agreements that Trump discarded between the U.S.
yeah,
and Russia,
yes, yeah, and that's
which I guess the pro NATO, the pro Ukraine people on Twitter also favor now. I don't know for sure, but
yeah. I mean, politics makes strange bedfellows, like you said. Bernie Sanders, Lindsey Graham agreeing. So I'm sure some people who support Ukraine are
or politics
neocons or
tends
whatever.
to generate ill-considered consensuses that ought to be more robustly scrutinized when they congeal so forcefully, like this Ukraine one has over the past 6 months. That's how I would put it, but it's a sort of a side point.
Yeah, I feel like that's like a a toxic contrarian sort of view to have, and like
How's it contrarian or
overly
toxic?
to toxic contrarian. Like, are you familiar with toxic positivity? Where like you're overly positive at the
Yeah, I mean,
appropriate
I
times.
can infer what
Yeah.
that means. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So toxic contrarian basically means you're contrarian and it has like negative outcomes basically. Um, and
But I mean, correct me if
which
I'm
is funny
wrong.
because
But to say one is because I get this accusation that I'm a contrarian all the time, right? So,
yeah, which is funny
um,
because earlier you weren't or you weren't being like this sort of like skeptical person when it comes to Putin's invasion. So I feel like we've
well,
gone
yeah.
180
Hold on.
in
How
this
was I not
conversation.
skeptical?
Um, well, you were kind of like Putin said this once and then he said this another time, and to analyze that, like I felt like I was
Because we were
analyzing
talking about
that
what was
and
the
you weren't.
justification for what was the justification that was cited for the war.
Yeah.
That was one of the justifications cited for the war. So it wasn't some like dereliction of my duty to be skeptical, to examine more narrowly the question of like what it was publicly cited as the justification for the war, and that was what
Well, yeah,
publicly
but I
cited.
called one of those justifications a lie, and you just cited that they were both justifications. But I
Yeah.
like I
Well,
had
I mean,
an
it may,
opinion,
but
a
I
more
said
skeptical
it's
opinion.
it's possible that it's a lie, but you didn't really. There's no evidence to that effect other than armchair psychoanalysis of Putin, which like we both agreed is not very fruitful.
Well, the evidence to that would be that
Like
his other
a little while
statements.
ago, I said let's sit and make. I wanted to make a quick point about Iraq because and not because I wanted to derail, but I actually think it's sort of illuminating as to what I'm, my disposition here. Like so, when Bush, for example, and his neoconservative cadre in 2002-3, we're talking about democracy promotion and how the U.S. needed to be this beacon of like civilizational transformation throughout the Middle East, and we're going to have wonderful flourishment of new democratic norms and stuff. Always thought that rationale was incredibly flawed, but I wouldn't have said it's a lie. That was the publicly stated rationale. And I can critically evaluate the publicly stated rationale just because, like, I can critically evaluate the rationale stated by Putin. But if I'm saying that that rationale was a lie, I would have to have evidence showing that, the people who made in the Bush administration who made that case and used that particular line of argumentation consciously knew that they were stating something that didn't actually reflect what their motivation was. So, I think a lot of them were deluded and actually did believe a lot of that crap because the neoconservative ideology had been pretty intensely cultivated for some time at that point. So
Yeah,
I don't know. So I don't know if that kind of maybe more illuminates why my posture is what it is on this question of like how do you assess the publicly stated rationales of world leaders who launch military interventions.
yeah. I well, yeah, I guess I don't. I mean, obviously, some people in the Bush administration who didn't who believed Bush but didn't have like the security clearances or whatever to see that there was no evidence for Iraq having WMDs. Sure, obviously, some of them might have thought, that Bush was telling the truth. But the people at the top, Bush, Cheney, Rumsfeld, they all knew it was a lie. Colin Powell as well, even though he went along with it as well.
But I
Even
was
though,
talking about the democracy promotion justification. Was one of several justifications that were cited in addition to the WMD thing, which is separate. But like, do we think we have a basis to say that
but okay, so
Dick
some
Cheney or
are
Paul
lies and
Wolfowitz
some aren't.
or Douglas Feith or any of these neoconservatives who were in the administration at that time were overtly lying when they said that democracy promotion in Iraq was one of their reasons for wanting to start the war?
Yeah, exactly. So some of them we can say are definitely lies, and some we can say are, well, maybe maybe they believed it, maybe they didn't, but but like some are definitely lies, and I think it it's fine to say that some of the things Putin said, like some of his justifications are may be true or may not be true, but the the ones he did say that he wasn't even prompted to say, the reunification of the land that was once in the Russian feudal empire, like he didn't have to say that if he
Yeah,
wanted
and he
to.
said that in the essay the previous summer. So I mean,
Yeah, yeah.
that's in the
and
public record. Yeah.
and I think he's just being that, like, that's like the honest part, and because
But how do you
that's the
know that?
honest part, because there's no reason for him to say it. It just makes him
How
look
do you?
bad.
But how do you know? So when I look at the justifications Putin has cited for the war, there are multiple of them, right?
Yeah.
And I wouldn't argue that the only one or the only one to put stock in as the actual justification were these justifications around NATO membership or the conversion of Ukraine into this U.S. military outpost. I wouldn't say that's the only true one and the others are untrue, right?
Okay.
I
Well,
would say they all merit consideration because they're all in the public record. And also one thing, in terms of WMDs in Iraq, to say that that justification was false doesn't require speculation, right?
yeah, now it
Because,
definitely doesn't.
well, even at the time, people were poking holes in the defensibility of those claims, like on an
Yeah.
empirical basis, right? So they were
Yeah.
using empiricism to refute that argument being made. In other words, they didn't have to rely on pure conjecture. Whereas it seems like you do have to rely on pure conjecture if you're saying somehow that some of the justifications that Putin cites are lies and some are the real motivation.
Yeah. Well, I guess it's honest because, like, if you're stating that your reason for invading a country is territorial expansion or territorial reunification, as he calls it, if you're stating
And to
that
impose military neutrality on Ukraine.
yeah, if but like the first one's what I'm more concerned about. If you're saying that that's your purpose for what you're doing, then that is like, and you go out and you're doing the invasion, then that's literally that's it. Like, I mean, maybe in his heart he's like lying, I guess, in terms of, but
Maybe, I mean,
but
people
I
people might roll their eyes when they hear me say what I'm about to say, but I have to go look at the speech transcript again. You're right. Putin does make this, sort of abstract historical case about the unity of Russia and Ukraine and how it was a accident of history that actually he also in part blamed on Gorbachev, that who just died, that
mhm.
those peoples were separated and Ukraine was severed off from the whole of the Russian civilizational kind of state. But in that speech, he doesn't say what we're seeking to do is to territorially expand into Ukraine. He kind of rehearses these kind of grandiose historical arguments. Now, what I do
Yeah,
think is, and actually, John
yeah.
Mearsheimer had an essay on this in Foreign Affairs a couple of weeks ago, and I think the factual records seems to show that he's correct. Is that Russia's designs have expanded to now? I think you have to say it also would include territorial advancement or annexation or stuff, because I mean they are seeming to carry out annexation of various parts of Ukraine, like they're potentially doing this referendum in Kherson, maybe later this month or something. I don't know exactly when, but I mean that's pretty clear evidence of territorial expansion now being one of the objectives of the invasion. So yeah, but in terms of that initial period when the war was launched and even the run up when there was this sort of diplomatic standoff, or even calling it a diplomatic standoff is kind of a misnomer because the U.S. really wasn't engaging in much diplomacy. Um,
Neither was Russia, though,
the
to be fair.
factor the justification that was most emphasized in a whole slew of different contexts, including critically that transmission of a document to the U.S. that had these security guarantee requests. It was this issue of military neutrality. Even in another essay that came out this week by Fiona Hill, who was was in the Trump administration, but was ardently hawkish on Russia, and she's one of these people who does claim to have like some unique psychological insight into Putin's brain. But she said that according to sources she has in the government, Ukraine and Russia had the tentative outline of some sort of agreement for a ceasefire in April that would have involved, as the one concession that Russia got, like the one thing that they were able to successfully extract in their interests, as based on the outlines of this agreement that was in the works, was a pledge or a formalized assurance by Ukraine to take neutral status. So, I mean, I don't know how you can discount that as a lie without any real evidentiary basis for doing so, if it seems to be emphasized so constantly and in so many different venues.
Yeah, because that's just their PR. I mean, that and we've seen that and like well, first of all, in terms of like peace agreements or whatever, like obviously all the Minsk agreements over the years, Minsk 1, Minsk 2 and like everything before that, all that's been broken and again you said like
Yeah.
there's contradictions of like who did it whatever. Anyway,
Well, it's broken by,
but
I'm not to do a both sidesism, but it was broken by both sides, including Ukraine in the run up to the war, and then
yeah.
ultimately by Putin when he recognized the autonomy of those provinces in the Donbass.
Yeah. Yeah, so I just think that Putin I mean, I I mostly just think that's PR from the Russian propaganda machine. I mean, like I think yes, he does fear the West and yes, whatever, but realistically it didn't it's never really seemed like, the US would go to war with Russia to me at least. Obviously there's some
So
crazy, but
why was it that in 2008, when the Bush administration was in its final year in power,
yeah.
and they went to the NATO summit that year in Budapest, and they put out their strategic decree, and they affirmed that that Ukraine would. So it wasn't ambiguous. There was an affirmation that NATO would one day join.
Ukraine would join
Ukraine would
NATO,
one
yeah.
day join NATO. Why was it that back then, when William Burns was Barack Obama's ambassador to Russia, why did he a write a memo back for his superiors that actually came out subsequently via WikiLeaks? But he confirmed. Why did he say that this is a red line, meaning NATO membership for Ukraine and Georgia at the time was the red line to end all red lines, and everyone that he encounters in Russia, whether they're more liberal or reformist, whether they're more hardline or reactionary, everyone is in totally. I mean, Gorbachev even said this as well, who used to be a hero, like this revered statesman in the West. Even he was in agreement on this point that NATO membership for those two states was the most paramount red line across the entire stretch of the Russian political establishment. And he's, William Burns is now the CIA director. So, I mean, was William Burns lying in 2008 when he made that diagnosis as to how NATO membership for those countries was being perceived by his, counterparts in Russia?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think the conditions changed in 2008. I believe Ukraine was controlled by someone similar to Lukashenko, basically a Russian shill, basically, and Georgia as well. I believe like Russia had like ongoing military operations in Georgia. They have military bases in Georgia, and I forget exactly what happened between Russia and Georgia in 2008, but like it like Russia exerted their imperial influence, if I remember correctly. So I think
Well,
having
I mean,
Georgia and
actually,
Ukraine join NATO at that time, not like that's a
I actually,
very bad idea.
sure, I actually just recently reread what Noam Chomsky wrote in 2008 about that Georgia
About the
episode, and
Georgia conflict.
pretty interesting because
Sure,
he
send it to me.
is. Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Obviously, we don't have to read it now, but
Yeah, I'm not going to read it now,
yeah.
but just to sum it up really quickly, he is scornful of the conventional American media and take on the about what precipitated that war, and says it's clear that Saakashvili actually launched a preemptive strike on this Russian peacekeeping force that was in the vicinity, and then Russia responded with a retaliatory offensive of its own. So, I mean, if you want to call that imperial, I think an argument can be made for it, but that's definitely not how Chomsky characterized it at the time.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have like a super deep knowledge of like the Georgia conflict from that time. But yeah, I'll read it. Um, but yeah, I um okay. Yeah, just one further. Well, okay, two questions because
I just put the link in the chat. So.
oh, thank you. Yeah, because I've kept you longer than I said I would.
Yeah, that's okay.
Uh,
I tend to go on, as you could probably tell.
yeah,
But yeah,
that's
we
fine.
could wrap it up soon.
But yeah, this is more general to you. How do you know, like, when you are like, obviously, you would admit that there's a line to being too toxically
Contrarian.
contra-
Oh yeah. Oh
contrarian.
yeah.
Yeah,
I was going to address that before, and
yeah,
we got off course as usual.
yeah.
Probably
Or well, first of all,
due to my own
yeah,
inability to
due
not
to both
digress.
of our
Yeah.
ramblings.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you agree that there's a line? First of all, like,
Yeah.
obviously,
Sure.
okay. And
And
then how do
here's
you
the
know
line.
if you go
Here's the
past
line.
it?
Here's the line. Here's when I would agree that someone is genuinely behaving in a contrarian manner. When they do genuinely take a position for the sole reason that it is contrary to some other position. Right? So in other words, they don't have any independent reasoning behind purely quote contrarian motivations, beyond pure contrarianism, that they have the position that they do. But pretty much any position or any view that I have, I can give, not pretty much, every position or view that I have, I can give you reasoning for why I have that view that is not dependent on some sort of innate desire to be contrarian to, I don't know, my adversaries or something in the Twitter sphere or whatever.
Sure.
So when and also I wouldn't object to any consensus view. So if there's an opinion that is the consensus opinion within the political establishment or the media class, that opinion is not by definition wrong or unjustified purely because it's the consensus opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And if I disagreed with that consensus opinion solely on that basis, solely by dint of it being the consensus opinion, that would be arbitrary contrarianism. But, anytime I've objected to something that I thought was anytime I object to a position that has congealed into the consensus, I think without adequate scrutiny, I'll give reasons why I think there's been a lack of scrutiny and why that consensus has been like wrongly erected.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, the line would be if you are actually operating from a standpoint of sheer unmitigated contrarianism, and some people may well do that just because they want to troll. But notwithstanding the glee with which lots of people on the internet like to apply that label to me, I have reasons for why I say the things I do or hold the views I hold that are not contingent whatsoever on the mere fact that a certain position happens to be in the consensus. Now,
Yeah.
on top of that, I do think, at least from a journalistic standpoint or an analytical standpoint, it is worth being just kind of presumptively wary of how consensus views can form over time through like a combination of factors, whether it's propaganda, whether it's just poor logical reasoning, whether it's like the contingencies of partisanship. I think though there's plenty of reasons why extra uh, care ought to be taken when these consensus positions emerge. But that even again, that wouldn't justify just being contrarian for its own sake. And I think actually, speaking of Chomsky, he would have he's basically um,
Yeah, he's very contrarian.
elucidated
Yeah.
roughly the same posture on the nature of consensus as I just did there.
Yes. Yeah, and consensus for sure. Do you think like believing the reasons? Because obviously you said if you have reasons that kind of like makes you not contrarian, but do you believe that you also have to believe the reasons that you're giving and the positions you're
Oh yeah,
giving?
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I
Okay.
mean, that would be another red line, right? Or that would be another that would be going too far into toxic contrarianism, right? If I'm,
Yeah.
you know, um, I was a philosophy major, right? So I think there is utility in being able to construct arguments that are internally coherent, but that you might not normatively endorse, right? Because that can
Hmm.
just, strengthen your ability to reason your way through a certain quandary, right?
Yeah.
But if I'm presenting the reasoning I'm doing as reflective of what my own personal views genuinely are in a normative sense, meaning I think, this is the right thing or the good thing, or this is the wrong thing or the bad thing. And I'm being deceptive about that, right? So the thing that
Hmm.
I'm saying is bad, I don't actually agree is bad, or the thing I'm saying is good, I don't actually think is good. That would be crossing a line into some sort of toxic contrarianism. So that I wouldn't do either. I don't think I ever really have, unless somebody can refresh my memory.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, I can't say that you internally believe something is good or bad. Obviously, it's too difficult, but
Yeah, a lot of people
it's a
on the internet on the it's funny because on the internet, right?
yeah.
Because people only pick up fragments of what you're saying,
Hmm.
and they kind of form these uh, impressionistic kind of uh, half
Sure. Yeah, it's
half
the internet.
formed takes
Yeah.
of you. It's easy to just kind of reflexively assume that somebody doesn't actually believe what it is that they're saying, or that it's quote bad faith. I mean, that's a huge cliche on the internet,
Yeah.
or that you don't that you're somehow insincere. Um, and people may lots of people will disagree or can disagree with me. That's fine. I actually welcome that. But if you're going to castigate me as being insincere, I don't know. I mean, all I can report to you, and not you specifically, really, but to anyone out there who might be interested or curious enough to watch a stream on a Saturday afternoon like this, is that, at least in terms of my own conscious thought, um, I'm not operating from a standpoint of insincerity. I mean, I have no reason to do so. I mean, people say I have a
Sure.
corrupt motive, or I want
Everyone's a grifter
subscribers.
online.
Yeah,
Yeah, you
exactly.
know.
I mean, if I'm a grifter, then I'm not a particularly good grifter. I'd be much better off trying to finagle my way into a think tank sinecure, where Lockheed Martin could fund my endowment or something. So oddly, the people who are beneficiaries of like the DC think tank complex don't get lambasted as grifters quite as often as people who run newsletters that
Yeah.
their followers have the option to voluntarily pay for, which is sort of interesting. But I honestly, at least insofar as I'm aware of what my own conscious thought processes are, I'm not knowingly insincere ever. I mean, and so
Sure.
I would like. I mean, and this is sort of futile because it's not never going to happen. But it would be nice anyway if people who disagree with me, or even who just disagree with anyone in general on the internet, would until further notice, or unless evidence emerges that to this to that the effect that they now know that there's insincerity. Just assume sincerity and then, hash out whatever the disagreement is. But of course, it's a lot easier to just impute corrupt motive or to assume that someone is being, wily in some way,
Yep,
even if it doesn't make sense.
definitely. Yeah, I'm a big proponent of talking to people, um,
Yeah,
which is why I invited you here. So
there you
thank
go.
you for coming on. The last question I always ask is, well, first of all, usually I am joined by people who read fantasy books. So do you
Okay.
read fantasy or sci-fi books? And if so, what are you reading? It doesn't have to be a fantasy
I
book.
don't. I don't read
Okay,
fantasy or
that's fine.
sci-fi books. Um,
Are you
I
reading like
dabble. I
nonfiction?
when I was a kid, I tried to dabble in them because I had friends who were like into Lord of the Rings and stuff. But I just couldn't get into it. Like my brain is not wired for long-term indulgence in like orcs and you know space operas and
Yeah.
stuff. So no, I'm not. I remember I read the Halo. There was the video game Halo for Xbox. There was
Yeah.
a book series that they
Hmm.
wrote that came out like in conjunction with that game. And because I was into Halo, I read the Halo one of the Halo books, which
Hmm.
I guess I enjoyed to some extent. But no, I especially now I don't know. I just gravitate toward nonfiction most of the time rather than fiction. And when I do
Yeah.
occasionally indulge in fiction, I just my brain is not wired for you know
That's
epic
fair.
epic fantasies in some alternate universe.
Yeah. So what book are you reading then right now? What nonfiction?
I'm reading. I have it right over here. I'm reading the book called The Deluge by Adam Tooze, who is a professor of history at Columbia, and it's really good. It's just jam packed with information about this about the interwar period between World War One and World War Two. It's actually the tail end of World War One into the early 1930s. Um, and the basic thesis is that World War One was such an astronomical break from all that preceded it in history that it utterly reshaped the world order, in particularly around like the hegemonic centrality of the U.S. And it's the way that Tooze starts the book is actually really intriguing because he collects quotes from Winston Churchill, Leon Trotsky, and Hitler, where they all are in agreement on this point, meaning that the U.S. has basically ushered in the end of history um, in the aftermath of World War One, and basically everyone else was now going to be perpetually subservient to the U.S.
Yeah. Is that when
So it's
the
a
end
great
of
show.
history myth started around then? I don't even know that
End
that's
of
when.
history. Well, I
Yeah.
mean, the conventional end of history myth was after the dissolution of the Soviet Union, so 1989. I mean, that was Francis Fukuyama,
Okay.
who wrote the
Yeah.
book of the end of history, I think in 1990. So no, that's a
Mhm.
different
A
era.
different
But what's
yeah.
interesting is there was a version of an end of history type myth that was actually prevailing in that period, which is of course one of the biggest, maybe the one, if not the biggest historical irony ever, because the world was very soon after rocked by the
Another
most
war, yeah.
violence it had ever seen.
It was gonna be the last war or whatever people
Right,
said, yeah.
right.
Yep. I am familiar with that a bit. But yes, thank you for coming on. I appreciate your time. And yeah, um,
Yeah, happy to
I
do it. I
think
don't know
it's
how many people watched or how many people care for me to hear me explain myself, but hopefully
yeah.
some people got something out of it. Did you think
Yes.
it was? Do you think it was a productive dialogue?
Yeah, yeah,
Is that a
mostly.
no?
I don't know. To be frank, I don't um I've been talking to like K Hive people in the last week. I'm not super active on Twitter, so like some
Okay.
of this stuff is above me. Um but I was like, oh, like these people are like very angry with me. Like let's it, it's always people. Well, I shouldn't say always, but it's like someone has been like, oh hey, like David Hogg isn't doing activism right, like that, and I'm like, well, like what is he doing wrong? And like, you sound experienced at activism, like you should come on and talk about it. And they're like, oh, I'm not an activist. And I'm like, oh, okay. And then they all
Yeah,
decline. But you came on, so that's good.
yeah.
And
I'm
then
pr- I'm
in terms of
pretty open.
productiveness,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It was interesting, I guess. I don't know what people thought.
Okay. Well,
Um,
that's a ringing endorsement.
yes, there's the endorsement. Let's
Oh,
see.
okay. There's some nice. I saw one at
Yep.
least one seemingly
Yeah.
positive comment. So
Yeah.
that's something.
You were getting shamed for not reading fantasy, so
Yeah.
that's what this was for.
If you have like if somebody asks you like what's like a good starter book if you're sort of oblivious to the genre, what would you say?
Um, so I think Mistborn by Brandon Sanderson. It's good. Where's my camera? There it is.
Okay.
Um, it I don't know. Do you like? I feel like you'd like hard magic systems, just by like the way you talk about the world and stuff, which means
Okay.
like magic systems with very specific rules.
Hmm.
Um, and that's what Mistborn is. Whereas Lord of the Rings like is the opposite of that. It's like Gandalf, he's a wizard, like he has some powers that no one really knows, and I feel like that would leave
So
you
there are like laws. They're like
unsatisfied.
so in that book.
Mistborn, yeah.
Yeah, there's like a unified like laws of physics or something that everyone
Yes.
is subject
He
to. Yeah.
he has his own laws of physics, basically,
Okay.
more or less.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I can't even. I think I watched the first season of Game of Thrones or something just back when it
Mhm.
premiered because everybody was watching it. And, it was moderately entertaining, but I just for some reason I can't get in, it, as engrossed in that sort of stuff as others can. Just not wired in the same way. So
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, it is a lot like world building and stuff to get
yeah,
into all of it. But
there's some
yes.
there's a lot around. There's a lot in the world around me that I feel like I'm yet to be acquainted with. So there's always something
There's always something
actually
to learn.
in
Yeah.
our world that is open for inquiry. So maybe that's my attitude.
Yeah, you got distracted by the real world stuff.
Yeah, yeah. All right. Well, it was good chatting with you.
Yep. Thank you for joining and have
All
a
right.
good Saturday.
All right. Take care. Bye.
Yep. Bye. Well, that was interesting. Thoughts, anyone? uh, that went on like way longer than I thought it would. Some things are just not for certain people. I missed a lot of the chat. Should I go back and no? Greg thinks Russia didn't need a reason. Putin would have picked. Yeah, but yeah, Putin, like his public positions and his private positions. I I don't know. I said he was a contrarian. I feel like I should have said he was being like pedantic. I think that might have been a better like way to you know organize or to categorize how he was interacting, because it would be like I don't know. We were getting derailed a lot, and I feel like maybe that's a common trend for his conversations. Um, Kate tuned in at some point. I mean, yeah, yes, um, yeah. Media funding can definitely impact stuff. I've got manufacturing consent behind a bunch of my stuff back here, so yeah, that's a good book to read to think about that. Let's see. It's almost like the thing he can fall back on when Russia gets upset about it. Yeah. Shoot, I forget like what all this is in reference to because I forget the timings. But yeah, I should go to current things. Went off the rail. Went off. Sorry, off the rails. That phrase is in my brain. I went off to talk to my mother, so I missed a bunch. of the end. Well, yeah, it I feel like we went in circles a bit. Sorry, I was on a call the entire time. Caught only the first 10 and the last 10. Oh, well, that's fine. Uh, let's see. Um, yeah, he it was like, what did this person think when and how and stuff. I don't know. Like, yeah, yeah, we kept getting caught up in that, and a- a- and it was weird because he wanted me to have like a position in the past, right? Like he was very insistent on this, and my position from the past was like, oh yeah, like military aid, like why would we do that for Ukraine? Like, will Russia actually like invade Ukraine? Like that was my thoughts in 2017, honestly. And yeah, and I mean, we can look back and say I was wrong. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I a- and and my position at that time, like the consensus is that I was completely wrong. So anyway, um, and now the position is like pretty stable. I mean, it's pretty obvious what Russia is doing. They're like invading another nation. So yeah, I mean, at that point, the policy is pretty clear, and then the only thing left is diplomacy, temperament, coming to like an agreement. Um, I don't know. I could have like asked, like, who do you think has, and I feel like we didn't get to like possible outcomes in the conversation, but like, I guess the question is who has more, um, you know, chance of negotiating a peace agreement between Ukraine and Russia, and like unless you're, like obviously this dude's a philosophy major, so he would, you know, add, whatever, some time of context, obviously, the way the conversation was going. But like the obvious answer is like Biden would be better at negotiating a peace agreement than Trump, or Biden's administration, whatever. Blinken would be more successful than Pompeo. Obviously, I have issues with Biden, Blinken, etc. But like, come on, come on, Jack. I've got no Biden impression, but that was it right there. Let me read what everyone else. He did try to push Greg into a corner. Yeah, he's used to the Twitter talks. The thing he can fall back on was about him sending missile stands, but not the missiles. Yeah, this was like a big talking point back in the day. Um, Ultimately, Russia, I I don't know. Like it didn't matter, right? Like Russia didn't see the missile stands and be like, okay, we're invading. And then then they saw the missiles and be like, oh, they're like, now we're like gonna invade. I don't know. Like I don't think that was the justification for the invasion. Um I thought it was also interesting, but also US centric. Yes, it was very US centric. I wanted to ask more questions about Ukraine. Um I think I approached that conversation in like, I don't want to say too like good of faith, but I was I don't know. I'm new at this. I was a bit doe-eyed. Um and like my conversation pattern, like if I'm talking to like a family member or whatever, is to come to like some sort of agreement, right? Um so I'll ask a lot of rhetorical questions like, do you think it was bad that Russia invaded? And like most people would be like, yes, it was bad that Russia invaded. But like in this conversation, it would be like, do you think it was bad that Russia invaded? And then like 20 minutes later, oh yes, it was bad that Russia. But or like he would say it up front, but like then we'd go off on a tangent, you know. Um, he spent a lot of time trying to prove you wrong by nitpicking certain things, then giving you his opinion. Yeah, I think that's why he gets the contrarian vibe. Like, and people in politics do this a lot, like where, um, th- like just taking Michael Tracey out of it for a second. In 2020 primary, there was this big talk about reparations for descendants of slaves, and it was a common attack on Bernie Sanders for not being for it, which, it's fair. I personally am in favor of reparations. I think it's a moral good and a moral reckoning to have not just like monetary reparations, but truth and reconciliation. Um, but and I remember there was an amazing clip of Julian Castro, he like being like, Bernie doesn't even support reparations, and like someone was like, what's your view on reparations? And he's like, well, I think we have to like think about it and like have a conversation nationally about it. And it's like, all right, but you don't support it either. Come on, man. So, yeah, um, and, it it does feel like kind of like you know uh or yeah, he was kind of doing that in a way. So you agree with Obama, right? So or sorry, you agree with Trump more than Obama, right? And I was like, yes, history has proved the Obama position more correct. But yeah, James, you missed everything. It was all ridiculous. But yeah, he's let me see. So I think it's hard to judge president's decision without the larger context. Yeah, and like history proves presidents right and wrong sometimes. And like the missile stands like were more provocative than he was making them out to be, because basically the stands they set up, they were portable. You could set them up, take them down, whatever. And the Obama sent them like a ton of these stands, and like Ukraine could basically have like a fully operational air defense almost immediately, more or less. And then they would just need weapons to come in, which like if Ukraine's getting invaded in 2014 or whatever, that wouldn't be a problem. Um, it was almost like you wanted to force you to say that you agreed with Trump. Yeah, and also to say Trump, like yes, Trump was in favor of like expanding military aid to Ukraine or whatever. Um, but like, and I know he argues that it wasn't consensus, but it was more or less consensus, because Republicans are hawks and Democrats were wary of Russia and Trump's ties to Russia. So so in the Senate they wanted more money for um, Ukraine and NATO and stuff. So yeah, I don't know. It was just silly. All right, see you, Pete. You don't have to watch, but it was I, it might be a good thing to times two, like, and it's funny that I'm making content and I'm like, I would times two that. But yeah, practicality is tough. For Native Americans would be easier than Southern descendants of slaves. Yeah, because like if there's like a black person here and um, like you if it's specifically for descendants of slaves, like you don't know like who's a slave, who's not a slave, like was there good record keeping, like how much do you have to prove you're a slave? If you have one ancestor that was a slave, how much money do you get compared to if you have like 10 ancestors or like 10 great grandparents that were slaves? Like I don't know. Like yeah, these are questions, and I'm fine. There was like a commission that that's like supposed to study this stuff at some point. I don't know if it's like actually made it through the House and the Senate yet, but I think like look, I think it would be a good thing to study. Um, the the word is ridiculous, not ridiculous. Yeah, ridiculous. Oh man, I forgot to say dangus. I was ta- um I was talking to my friends. I was like, "Oh, there's going to be a Fox News uh, Tucker Carlson guest joining my stream," and and they were like, "Are you going to call him a dangus?" Um, and it's funny because like I don't know, yeah, kind like I to clarify, I use the word dangus liberally, so yes, I think he is a dangus, but I also call myself a dangus. I call everyone a dangus for one reason or not or another. Um, I think I don't know, like if he's if Michael Tracy is I don't even know exactly how to categorize him after I talk to him. But like the thing he's most known for recently was he was on Tucker Carlson's show the night that the first January 6th hearing was happening. And um like obviously if you're like nominally on the left, um like Tucker Carlson was basically getting everyone on the left possible that he could get, or anyone formerly on the left or whatever on that night, because it was like the Democrats, like and the Rhino Republicans sort of uh, presentation of the evidence of uh, insurrectionist crimes on January 6th. Um, so, so, so I don't know if Michael Tracy is a if he's like actively calculating like because like this is like a common allegation with him that he's like, oh, I can get on Fox News and then get more notoriety if I just go on there and don't disagree at all with Tucker Carlson or minimally disagree. And like I don't know, like content creators, as a content creator, I kind of like have those thoughts sometimes where it's like, oh, like this will get more views than that, right? Um, so so I don't know. I genuinely don't know if like that's his internal thing or if he like is philosophy brained, we'll say as a stand-in word, and he's always going to argue like what's the term or the expression in philosophy? There's no point in philosophy that a philosopher has ever or there's no point too obvious that a philosopher wouldn't argue it, something like that. Um, and I feel like that's where his head's at. I don't know if you guys would agree or not. Um, so like he could like genuinely be like his mentality could turn him into like kind of Tucker Carlson's useful idiot. Not to say that inflammatorily, um, or it could be um, like a grifting thing. I genuinely don't know, even after talking to him. I didn't ask him about that specifically. I haven't even, to be totally frank, I have not even watched his appearance. I just know based on like people's talking of it, and like I know how he is. Like he was like probably being contrarian to some things at the time, I would guess. But it might be a good thing to go back and watch just for introspection. Um, also, oh shoot, why was the chat not loading? I chuckled when you talked about how Trump would be frustrating at diplomacy due to mixed messaging. Yeah, that's like the most duh comment ever that I made. I was over here thinking about mixed messaging at the start of the pandemic, Canada media. Um, was there was mixed messaging in America as well. I know they didn't know like the best way or they didn't know how the virus spread. So some of it was like genuine um like not malicious misinformation. Now there's like, all sorts of misinformation about like do vaccines work and Yes, they do. So, but like there's information that and ideas people have. Had a heyday with all of that lol. Oh, Canadian media had a heyday with that. All that. That was a continuation of this one. Yeah. Yeah. That's exactly where my mind was about the reparations. Yeah. Um, it would take time, but perhaps it could be done. The reparations, yes. Okay, I see. I think the idea of reparations might sound great, but unless they have a complete concrete plan, it's going to be a mess. Yes, exactly. Like, um, yeah, with no plan, like there's no way. Well, first of all, like from public polling, there's no way that like a 30% issue you can push and have a chance to actually be president of the United States. Like, there's no way. Like, if you have an opinion that's that unpopular, you have to like pretend that you don't have that opinion, kind of like the Republicans do with tax cuts for the rich or whatever. Um, um, and then, so yeah, it was just so disingenuous in 2020 because there was no plan either. Like, I don't know, like I mean there's plans out there, but what do you do? Like, oh, like this person at like Columbia Law published a paper about reparations and the best way to possibly implement it. We're doing this now. And it's that's not really how government works, you know? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Also, do you guys want to do reading sprints or do you enjoy just hearing me talk? I've just been talking for such a long time. I forgot to eat food. I don't know. But yeah. Um, I think Michael Tracy actually enjoyed coming on though. I feel like he does genuinely enjoy talking. um, I think that's like not a controversial statement. Um, I'm all for sprints too. Okay, great, great. Oh, I'll just keep talking. Uh oh, contradictory opinions. Stacy's been hearing me talk longer, so maybe she's getting tired of my voice. All right, I need food though. So we are going to do a oh my god, and I have hiccups. Yeah, we're sprinting for sure. I've got to edit this. Uh let's go to 30. 30? What do you guys think? Rated until 30? Yeah, let's do that because yeah, that was crazy. Oh boy. Um yeah, I do wonder. I think final point on the talk or whatever. I think it will be well, like I'll just have to handle situations of Gish galloping better, which is like him just talking forever. Or like, but like that's like a common like quote unquote debate tactic. And I feel like I just have to get better at handling that. More on that later, maybe. But yeah, yes, sprints. Okay, reading until 30. I'm getting food. See ya. Hello, I am back. Let's see. I have hiccups. How was everyone's reading? I had hiccups before I left, but they were gone when I wasn't talking. That's so weird. Um, I think I'm out of water in both of my cups. No. Um, yeah, I am back. I kind of was able to focus on some things. I got food, which is good for my brain. Um, yeah, obviously still thinking about the long conversation and like just general questions like how does long conversations go together with booktube and rating sprints? Um, and it's funny because I was like, "Oh, I kind of want to keep this to 30 minutes, but like I at the same time I know myself and know that like I would like um want to like flesh out my positions, and I felt like 30 minutes in a conversation that would be somewhat adversarial wouldn't be enough time. And it wasn't. I think I was eating eggplant parm. Looking back, I think the thing that will, I don't know, haunt me maybe, or like I guess the biggest learning experience, I guess we can say, um, is like, I don't know, almost an hour into that conversation, I was like, well, I haven't even outlined my own position yet. That was interesting. And he was like, "Oh, yeah, that's right." But yeah, I should do a September TBR and, like, a wrap up for the last few months. One more subscriber, oh boy. Yeah, that'll have to be on the TBR. K Fox back at Sen. Who's Sen? Oh, man. Yeah, it should be interesting to read that from Blood and Ash. I've gotta squeeze it in with like everything else I'm behind on. Chanting time to take the fake account. Oh man. No, I'm completely exposed to the possibility of a fake account making me, you know. Will you join the next Hop Live show again? I hope I can like get back into like reading consistently. Hopefully, we'll see. Um, but yeah, I think I can. How did the chat go? I don't know. I don't know. um, chat. How do you think the chat went? Um, I think okay. So final things about the chat. Um, I don't think it's like too informative. Like if someone um yeah, let's take it one step at a time. We expect a TBR by Tuesday. Oh boy. You know what's getting great for getting videos? Yeah, buddy raids, freaking buddy raids. Yeah, on the chat, um, I think it highlights kind of the importance of agreeing on solutions and not just agreeing on problems. Um, like obviously agreeing on problems is important too, like agreeing on what is and isn't reality. That's important. But if you don't agree on like the solution to what's going on right now, then I don't know. Like it's tough to move forward, right? Um, like my um and like we didn't even really get to solutions. And I kind of feel like he's not like a solutions kind of person. Um, he's more of just like you know, like a media critic. He's definitely a critic, right? Like I know he doesn't like the label contrarian necessarily, but he's definitely a critic. But yeah, I don't even know where I'm going with this. If I talk more about this stuff, I've got to like get better at you know, going to certain places. But yeah, just agreeing on solutions. Because like I don't know, like any action done by any government anywhere, like there's gonna be some sort of like way to criticize it in some way or another. Um, but yeah, I so it and I don't think he's being like a disingenuous contrarian. Um, in that I believe he believes his criticisms, but I think like the lack of solutions and stuff, um, or like there's no like general overview of a prescription, right? Like I a- and like if I mean I would have to press him on this point, but like if I pressed him on this point, like I'm sure I could get him to say like, "Oh yeah, like right now I think the arms to Ukraine are good." I would have to like specifically ask him and he would say, "Yes." And then he would say like other things about Obama's position in like 2015 in comparison to like Hillary Clinton's position in comparison to like Donald Trump's position. Like, right? That's how the conversation would go and then I would have to ask the follow-up like 5 minutes later or whatever or talk over him. Um but yeah, I don't know. Um, but then it's like, okay, well, how do we like send arms to Ukraine like more specifically? And then it's like, well, like there was like this thing that like wasn't good or whatever. Like I don't know. It just goes on and on forever, right? So yeah, um, yeah. Also, I am joined by Kate. Welcome.
I can't hear you. Something's wrong with my computer.
Oh
So
no.
hold on. Um,
Well, that's awkward. At least chat can hear me. But yeah, in terms of the conversation, I mean, like going back to listen, I don't feel like it was super good to listen to in terms of like it wasn't particularly like hilarious. I didn't get like dunks in, and like it wasn't particularly informative. I don't think. Like I thought it was kind of interesting to see exactly where he was coming from, kind of, but like I don't know how interesting it was for everyone else for sure. Oh yeah, and chat can. That's true. Um, let's see. I think that's a good summary of a lot of political issues, lots of problems without even acknowledging that they need a solution, just calling out the issue. Yes. Yes, for sure. Um, Mike Q. Mhm. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Kate is restarting her computer. But yeah, it is like this is how a lot of political issues go because I'm trying to think of like a super provocative example. Like let's say um Like, well, it doesn't have to be super provocative, but like, I don't know, like immigration reform, right? Um, like the courts get clogged up, the immigration courts. It takes a while for people to hear their cases and stuff. And and like we all agree that's a problem, but like people have different views on that solution, or but it really is anything, or any issue. Oh no, oh no, called out. Anitha, you can join as well if you so desire. Um, Actually, why not? Anyone can join. This will be a total crazy last sprint. Jake can join. Anyone can join. Just message me on Discord if you want the link. Jake is trying to throw out my TBR in October. Why is he pressuring you to join Buddy Reads when your TBR is already full? How dare he? Jake and I both are. Oh boy. Yeah, but I want to give you only credit and blame Jake. Yes, okay. Yes. Mm. Let's see. Oh, Stephen King read along. Readathon. Do you have to read Stephen King books? I've been head in the sand about booktube things. Let's all blame Jake. Jake from State Farm?
I can hear you now. Yay.
Yes. Excellent. Shoveling chicken into your face. Excellent. That is the dream. No, you don't have to read Stephen King. Oh, that's good because I have not read any Stephen King and I can't read recently.
I haven't read. Well, I have read, and I have to read Happy Things now because I was trying to speed read to get ready for Ship of Destiny, which I didn't end up doing because I couldn't finish the book.
Mm-hmm.
Because I hit the notorious chapter 26 and I just like couldn't stop crying and like had to handle my own mental health. So I did not finish the book yet.
Oh boy.
Because that's really freaking rough to read. So which is why I have mental McDonald's.
Mental McDonald's. What was that book? I missed it.
Witchers. The Final Gambit. It's
Nice.
the third in the Inheritance Games trilogy. It's like YA cheesy The Westing Game. If you've ever heard of The Westing Game, it's like a middle grade book.
I don't think I have.
Oh, I love middle grade books. This particular middle grade book, it's like this old man died and he was very rich and he like sends out these letters to these seemingly random people and they say that you all have to come to this hotel and stay there for a certain amount of time and figure out who killed me, and like whoever does gets like all of my money and everything. So it's not exactly like that, but it's very similar, and so it was my favorite book when I was younger. So
nice.
Yeah,
Nice.
I have that, and then I have Babel.
Oh, interesting.
And then I don't know what I want to read yet, but then I have this, which no one is talking about on YouTube. At least I haven't seen anyone talk about it. This is YA, and I shit you not. This is flamenco dancer turned dragon hunter because a dragon murdered her parents. Like flamenco dancer. There's like flamenco fans on it. So
Okay, Jake, actually that I had a live show of Ship of Destiny that was related to Mad Ship. But I kept it there, so that I can indicate that I'm mad at you too. Okay, before that, everyone go and watch Jake's readathon announcement. It was just amazing how detailed it was, how much effort went into that. I mean, I think I kind of fell in love with that announcement. It was so good. Prompts are good. I mean, uh, uh, join everyone, join the Discord, join and participate in the read along. And actually there are teams, and you can make other teams lose too. It's fun actually.
Ooh, being able to
Nice.
make other people lose always makes it better.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully Alan didn't join, or else he would just not win because everyone would align and make his team lose. It's a old school readathon joke.
Yes, I am back, K Fox. I'm sorry I went on a tangent about these books. I'm excited to read
Nice.
something happy. But yeah.
Stacy, I need your help actually. I have so many buddy reads and read alongs. I have some books in October, so I need your help in choosing. I mean, to fit in them into prompts and to choose team based on that. Yeah, I did that.
The prompt thing is the fun part, like trying to figure out. I'm gonna mute myself.
Okay.
Why? It's okay. Go ahead. I'm done.
I wanted to click on his video to see if the prompts were there, but I didn't want it to start playing and for you guys to
Oh,
hear
I
it.
see.
That's why I muted
was
myself.
like, why? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll have to watch that announcement at some point.
I'm gonna have to too.
see.
Oh, there's a Google Doc. Your speech thingy, your conversation was quite interesting. How do you feel after it?
I don't know. I'm tired now.
You
Yeah,
people the long time.
yeah, it went longer than I expected. I kind of gave my thoughts. I don't really know if it's something I'll do in the future more or not. But yeah.
I think it went well. You should definitely do more of it. Like, even though he was kind of a stick in the mud,
Yeah.
kind of butt munch sometimes, still was interesting, and it gave you practice for when you have people who have better ways of articulating their opinions.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, if I have like adversarial conversations, like it'll all be like that, basically, more or less.
Is that what you want?
I don't know. I would have to get better at adversarial conversations if that is what I wanted.
Mm-hmm. I've started the fall. I have the pumpkin beer.
Nice.
I'm one of those girls, one of those people. Depends on what you do if you enjoy it. Doesn't take a lot of your energy. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I bought Shock Top beer for the first time in many a fortnight.
Shock Top. What? That's like a throwback to college.
Yes.
What flavor?
Just the regular orange one.
Oh, man. Oberon's so much better than that, though. So much better than Shock Top. Yeah.
Is that local?
That's Bell's Brewery. It's not local anymore. It's national now.
Oh,
I
boy.
bought it in Massachusetts when I lived there. Mm-hmm. You had Oberon.
I don't remember.
You had Oberon when you visited.
I'm sure I did. I can't remember things anymore.
Yoga pants and sweatshirts, yes. It's actually storming here today. It's like really dark outside. And it's not been getting dark until like 8 lately. Mm-hmm. I miss what everyone's reading.
We haven't discussed books yet, only politics.
I'm sorry. People stuck around though. I don't know if people are interested or people are
That's our
just
loyalty
bored.
towards you.
Yes. And that's why. Okay.
Oh, an environmental extremist, Kim.
Okay. Well,
And a vegan.
that's always interesting. Yeah. Extreme. I'll talk to your sister. No, I'm down to actually. I haven't actually talked to K Fox other than chat, so that would be you'd be a person who I would want to have on K Fox to talk about whatever. It could be anything.
Stacy, how far you are from me? Because it's pretty hot here in Toronto.
Oh boy.
Oh jeez, what the hell?
I haven't picked a book actually today. I haven't read anything. I finished Blade itself last night.
Hmm.
What did you think of the ending?
I have thoughts on that. I mean, I like the overall writing. I went into the book without knowing anything except everyone loves Glocta. So imagine my shock when I read couple of scenes of Glocta.
Oh,
I was like, oh my!
oh, I'm sure.
I was like, everyone loves him.
I think everyone loves to hate Glocta.
I mean, I can understand the appeal there. There is definitely the dark humor thing there. By the end, I kind of softened towards him. The problem is, I don't want to.
Yeah, he gets you. Abercrombie gets you because you're like, I don't want to like this person, and then obviously, like, I haven't finished the series, so, but like when I read the Blade itself, by the end of the Blade itself, I was just like, I want Glock to be happy. I just want him to be happy, and I want him to never have to walk upstairs again. Because stairs are his mortal enemy.
Yeah. He's got the best inner monologue rants.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I always say Giselle is my favorite because I do love Giselle because he's just so pompous and awful. He's like the worst kind of bard you could make in Dungeons and Dragons.
Mhm.
Only he's not a music person. But I do love Logan. Logan has a special place in my heart.
Hello, Sal. Yeah. We've got you're introduced to the friendly neighborhood barbarian, the friendly neighborhood torture, and then the friendly neighborhood douchebag.
Mm-hmm.
And
And then the crazy feral child.
yes, yep.
Because adult books are hard. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
This is true.
I love
Stairs.
Giselle though. I
Yes, sir.
can't say anything because Anita's on here, so I don't want to say anything because there's actually stakes in an Abercrombie book. I always call him Ambercrombie. That's not right. It's Abercrombie. I always called it Ambercrombie and Fitch too.
K Fox, he's never going to because today morning I did not have anyone to join in the stream. These two ditchers ditched me, and Derry wasn't available. I did not have anyone actually. I asked him. He was like, no, no, no. He doesn't want to be on camera.
Mm-mm.
Well, he could join with just voice.
I mean, it's hard when English is not your first language too, and when you don't speak English often. Because I don't know
Hello,
if he speaks English.
hello.
But you speak
English.
English. But you speak English often. Like, does he speak English often, or does he usually just speak German? Because if you're not used to like talking in it, yeah. See,
he's too German to join.
am I right? Am I right in Channing Tatum? Am I right? Like, I don't know.
He seems to be confirming.
Mm-hmm. It's just my assumption, but yes,
We've got to have. We'll get Channing on. We'll ask him German questions, and he'll give dry German answers.
Maybe for the From Blood and Ash live show, Greg.
Yeah, can I make that a precondition? I will not read From Blood and Ash
No,
unless
you
I.
already made your deal, Greg.
Oh no.
You have already made that deal. I'm looking right now. 749 subscribers, Greg. I need this time to unsubscribe.
Everyone, please unsubscribe.
So you can be. I'll unsubscribe, and then I'll be the 750th.
Actually, I have a separate account which I don't use. I use it for promotional things. I can subscribe using that.
I'll just tell Brianna to subscribe.
Oh no.
Can you
No.
subscribe to Torture Greg? Oh yes, time to shout him out on Lizards. I'm gonna do that right now.
Oh Jesus.
You'll get people.
They're very supportive. I mean,
Yeah.
that was really amazing thing they do it there.
Those
They are.
supportive sons of bitches. How dare they subscribe to my channel?
I'm gonna do it right now.
Oh no. I'm
I'ma do
gonna get like
Nah.
760.
Shout outs. Whoop
Oh
whoop.
no. They can join the reading sprints too. Oh man. They missed all the fun political talk though.
It's okay. They can join, others in future.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm sure there will be pretty more.
Yeah. There could be more, yeah.
What are you reading, Greg? Chat wants to know.
Oh, yeah. It's I'm still in here. I'm in the middle of a chapter that is pretty intense. It is chapter whatever it is. It's a long chapter. Chapter 9.
What's there on your September TBR?
Well, oh yeah, I'll read Fool's whatever, the first one, Fool's Fate or something.
Fool's
If
Errand.
you're reading that,
Fool's Errand.
Yeah, we're doing Fool's Errand.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like that should be the only thing on my TBR, just because I'm not like.
But
Good.
I would suggest to read something lighter in between them. Both are two books from Hob are little heavy, don't you think so? I mean, up to you. It's personal choice, but
Yeah.
Greg, you know what you should read? That you still have to read with me because you promised me.
Oh no.
Alloy of Law.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's also what I was thinking. Yeah, I've got to read that. I've got to finish series.
Alloy of Law is technically you're starting a series.
Yeah, that's not
it's
good.
Mistborn 4 technically. just like the A New Hope is Star Wars 4.
Yeah. I wonder how people do if they start with Alloy of Law.
Somebody tagged me in Wizardly Wears. Why do people do everyone?
I didn't do it. Stacey did it, not me. Don't blame me. Don't blame me. Don't blame
me. Am I getting tagged? These are the
Yes.
notifications, probably.
I also have this. I don't know if you see it. Me. Because it's short, which will be nice. Oh, I guess I should tag you in the thing that I put because it is you.
It is I.
It is I, the Gregory.
Okay.
Comment last. Let's refresh on your page.
Yeah.
Oh no.
750. Woohoo! I'm screenshotting it.
Done. Okay, Greg, your TBR is decided. First Ship of Destiny, then FBA, then Fool's Errand.
Yeah. It's yeah, we'll discuss. Well, I think the joke was that I was going to discuss Brazilian politics in From Blood and Ash or something.
Yes.
Oh, Stacey, it was just a joke. I know you're doing it. It's a good thing. You're just joking.
It is time. We can pick another month to read it, Greg, if you're going to. If you're going to be overwhelmed this month. Because I need to have a TBR too.
Yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think? Should I derail everyone's TBRs this month, or should I just make it next month? Because I know a lot of people wanted to read From Blood and Ash with me.
I think Charmin also initially she wanted to read, right?
Yeah, she was gonna read it with me, and who else? I feel like.
Was
maybe
it?
Katrina?
Oh no! Steve was gonna read Twilight with you.
Oh, yeah, Steve was gonna read Twilight. Definitely. I feel like others. Kate, of course, who's here, and like maybe someone else.
Me? Yes, me.
Yeah. Yes, you.
It's like why'd you say it like that? Okay, yay!
As long as you
it.
vlog it, Greg, you can read it. Oh yeah, and Channing was gonna join me, right? I'm like 90% sure.
You should vlog it. It would be hilarious. It'd be hilarious. I'm all about it.
It would be. Oh man, Jake's coming at me with these great gifts.
Oh, on Andrew's Discord?
Yes.
You're doing the thing where your like speech goes really fast. Deal or no deal? I've been watching that show forever. My mom used to watch it all the time.
Yeah, it's been
I like the Greg one with the guy with the arms up. It just yells Greg.
That is great.
Left is best got me to subscribe. It should make you happy.
Who said that?
JCM Byrne. They're the person who got you $7.50.
Oh.
You have to give them a shout out when you do your FBAA review. Are we going to do a live show?
Yeah. I definitely could.
But Jake, why did you do that? No.
What happened?
Oh my gosh.
Is that from Meet the Fockers? I think it's from Meet the Fockers.
JMC Bernie. I wonder if this is Bernie Sanders. I'm sorry, I got distracted.
What about Bernie Sanders?
His name is JMC Bernie. Left is best got me to subscribe.
Mm-hmm. It's Burn, not Bernie. There's no I.
Oh my god. I'm dyslexic. Okay.
You're just going blind.
Well,
it's fine.
Yeah. I'm a dingus.
Okay. Dingus is fine. I was dingus today. My D&D game went.
Not great.
I'm being called out in the chat.
Oh no.
Is it your first? Sorry, I did not read the chat. Yes, Master Sal, I think this is my first time with Grimdark. That I know of. I'm not sure if I read anything and did not realize it.
Yeah,
yes.
I mean, I feel like Hob, some people consider, but yeah, this is like your first definitive Grimdark that I think you've read.
I don't think I'd call Hob Grimdark.
Yeah, most people.
You should read the first couple pages of Prince of or what is it? Is it Prince of Fools? Prince of Fools?
No,
not Prince of Fools. It's Prince of Paradise or Paradise of.
Kings of Paradise. That's the one that I read.
Kings of Paradise, Prince of Thorns. Yeah.
Grim to Grin is very funny. Master Cell was typing Grimdark. Her phone is correcting it as Grin.
Grindark.
Grimdark, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't read it I didn't read it aloud on the stream, but I think you guys watched me read the beginning of Kings of Paradise and I was not okay.
Yes.
I tried.
Yeah, I have not read that.
What?
I'm not saying it out. You read it yourself.
Wait, what?
Were all Danguses here? What?
Were all Danguses here? Am I missing something?
Maybe.
What am I missing? Greg, scroll.
Scroll.
Stacy, when next time you're in Toronto, you should drop a message or give a call. We should all meet actually.
Yes, that'd be great.
Oh, I want to come. I'm so close but so far away. Feels great. I did not read it because I read the first page and was like, this is not for me right now because someone's like eating a human heart over a campfire after slaughtering a bunch of people, and I think it's like a child heart. I don't know. I got 2 paragraphs in and shut the book. Well,
Nice.
preferably it was on my Kindle, but yes.
Yeah. It's very grimdark, so if you like that, people seem to like that book. But if you do not like grimdark, then definitely not.
You like Prince of Fools though, or Prince of Thorns?
Sure.
Prince of Fools is the second one.
Sure.
I like Prince of Thorns, or I like the next 2 books in the series more, really.
That was literally the first 2 paragraphs of the book, so it's not a spoiler at all. What I said, it's like the intro. So,
Spoiler for intro, I guess. But
yeah. You liked the other 2 books too? That's promising.
Yep.
Solid series. What are you going to read, Anita?
I haven't decided. This is doing library. Maybe I'll pick this.
I do owe you a live show, Channing Tatum.
Oh, so you saw that.
Yes, I do owe you a live show. I owe you lots of things. I told you, December is going to be my I need to make things up to Anita reading month. Because I promised too much. I promised too much.
Yeah,
here's a fact book.
I am not really reading any fact books right now. I'm gonna read the essay that was referenced in the chat earlier from 2008. But
Do you guys
Isn't it Noam
see? I'm
Chomsky?
going to read this after Grimdark romance.
yeah, that's the exact opposite of grimdark, I would guess.
Exactly. That's why I got it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Nice.
To save me, actually, the minute I hold first law in library, I immediately did this so that I'll have something to fall back into.
Yeah, that is a great plan.
You read out loud to Jake? No, I'm jealous. Not. Oh, I want you to read to it.
I also have this one,
Love the brain.
which is not based off of Star Wars, which makes me sad.
That's disappointing.
I know. I wanted it to be Star Wars. I wanted it to be.
To be fair, Star Wars has some like pretty low tier love stories, I would say.
I know. I'm sorry, but if you answer someone telling you I love you with I know, like it's classic, I get that. But it's also, no one wants to hear that.
Yeah. It's the
It's the non-answer to I love you.
It's his roguish charm.
Mm-hmm.
But like looking back, like that's the classic part that like makes no sense but kind of makes sense because Han Solo's like dying or whatever, but like he doesn't want to
Well, in
like
Carbonite, yeah. I mean, it is classic. I don't hate it. I'm just saying it's a non-commitment answer. It's his I'm afraid of commitment, I can't say it answer.
Yeah.
That's a really interesting. I haven't thought about it like that, Stacey.
Stacey, that's an amazing comparison, and that is an amazing idea for a video.
Yeah.
I am reading K Fox. I'm the only one who listened to you. See, appreciate me. Everyone appreciate me.
Jake, we need Star Wars erotica. You're saying that like there isn't like thousands of Star Wars erotica on Archive of Our Own. Like,
yeah, I'm
like
sure there's
thousands of pages worth. I'm sure they even have droid stuff, which is just weird. But my friend Allie went on a bender of Raylo fan fiction for a while.
I'll never read again to avoid From Blood and Ash. Yeah, that's the dream.
Okay, but like it can't be that bad. It can't be as bad as reading ACOTAR. Did you ever watch Alan's vlog about that, Greg?
Yeah, back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
All I remember is gemstones. That's all I remember.
Yeah. And he has the face planting in the book.
There was like another thing that like it's funny because no one let me forget the promise that I made to read Akatar, or not Akatar, From Blood and Ash.
Mm-hmm.
But like I've definitely made other promises that people forgot about, and
Okay.
it's very funny
We'll come clean.
because I remember some of them, but I don't remember others. One is that I was gonna show a picture of my braided hair, or my hair braided at 1,500 subscribers.
You had your hair braided?
No, well, that was when I had longer hair.
When
So.
did you braid it? Oh my god.
Well, I hadn't braided it at that point. I had just promised to.
Yeah, you promised me that.
I promised
You
everyone in
promised me
Discord.
that, and then
Yeah.
you cut it all off.
Yep,
Now
it's
we have to
gone.
regrow
Okay,
it, Greg.
okay. What do you mean smut live show?
Oh no! I'm not doing that. Brianna can do a smut live show. Or are you saying because of the From Blood and Ash smut? Because apparently the book doesn't actually have that much smut in it. There's just like a lot of longing and stuff.
Yeah.
Man, I can't believe I forgot that promise.
Yeah.
You're just gonna have to grow it out again.
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, Vox, yeah. You have a better memory. It's just funny videos of poor Greg. Poor Greg. That's
Gra,
your name.
yeah.
Grah. Instead of saying bruh, it's Grah.
Yep, that
You
is
should-
my name.
You should still convince Steve to read From Blood and Ash with you.
Yeah, I could try.
Braid the beard. Gonna do like a Viking thing.
I can be a dwarf. I'm Gimli. Gimli.
You have to toss me. Don't tell the elf. My favorite line from Helm's Deep is my favorite part of like Lord of the Rings. It's like favorite scenes, favorite battle ever. Like Battle of Winterfell can go suck an egg. I love Helm's Deep, and my favorite part is when they're getting ready and it's raining, and Legolas is like, "Shall I describe it for you, or shall I get you a box?"
Their banter is actually really, I mean, it was very good.
It was very good, I will say. It was very good.
I am imagining Greg with the braided beard and axe.
And my axe.
Oh, the chat must not be updating on here fast enough because you guys are seeing stuff that I'm not seeing. So I'm just looking at it here. Interesting.
Oh,
Wearing a dwarf wig.
Yeah. I could have a dwarf wig. No, From Blood and Ash though is like, I think I would need a red cloak or whatever. Or
You need a
whatever
red
Poppy
wig
wears.
because she has red hair. Poppy has red hair.
Oh.
And you need like white robes because she's like a Vestal virgin or something like that.
Nice.
I'm
virgin story.
I'm on comments in the StreamYard thing, Stacey. I'm not on, like, I don't have the YouTube pulled up.
I'm also on StreamYard only, but it is updating. Maybe your internet is slow, Kate.
Probably.
It might be.
The pink wine. The return of the pink wine.
Yeah. Yeah, why?
A return of the glory of Gregory Lepage Discord.
Glory?
The glory, yeah.
I mean, most active times.
Yes. Yeah, the good old days.
Good old days. Speaking of good old days, should we read?
Yes, probably.
Oh, did you get food?
Yes.
What'd you eat?
Eggplant parm.
Oh, yum. I have to make food.
Yep. All right. How long do you guys want to read?
I'm good for whatever.
All right. Well, this will be my last sprint because somewhat tired, but yeah. We can read until 50.
Okay. That's a nice long while. I'm good with that.
Yep,
Yeah.
reading sprints. Hope you're ready.
Oh my
Top-
gosh.
Oh,
The
everyone's saying top of the hour. All right, fine.
top of the
It's
hour.
okay.
Julia.
We can chat for last 10 minutes and then we can disperse.
Mhm.
I'll stay till whatever past the hour.
Okay.
But yeah,
Reading Rainbow's little icon is the monkey with the new phone who dis, and all it makes me think of is Kate.
yeah,
Kate the apothecary. Yes, you do, K-Fox. Okay.
yes. So does Anita, actually. Well,
Same.
she's already
Same.
decided, but yeah.
I
No,
don't know what I want to read either.
I mean, I know that I'll read, but I'm not going to start today. I'll do something else.
Okay.
Be productive.
Yes. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Oh,
All right.
manly.
See you guys at the top of the hour.
Top of the hour. Oh, I should mute myself.
Hello. I was not looking at the clock. What is up? How is reading?
I did not read, but I did other stuff. I am taking notes actually for my video, to film a video for a review.
Nice. What are you reviewing?
Razor Blade Tears by S.A. Cosby.
Oh, nice. Nice,
It
nice.
You should read it. It was fantastic.
Oh boy, I'll put it on the list.
It's actually a thriller, uh, but not in the sense that it's not a story of who done it. It's an exploration of grief and redemption and racism and homophobia. The premise is it's the story of two fathers who did not accept their sons. Their sons were gay and they were married, and now they are dead. These two fathers go to investigate who killed them and accepting them, realizing um, that their redemption.
It sounds really good.
It's done very well, very organic.
I feel like it's a hard book to read, probably.
uh, to be honest, yeah, there are some moments where I mean uh, it's not exactly hard. Yes, there are some tearful moments, but it was done very, very well.
Good.
It's only 300 pages and it is very fast paced. Easily, we can do it in 2 days.
I will add it to my list too. Speaking of fast books, I
Okay,
read
now I just gave summary. Now you'll not watch my review. You have to watch my review.
Yes, everyone watch Anita's review,
Yes.
even if she says the exact same thing.
Yes, everyone watch it. You're much more eloquent in your reviews than I am. If I ever post a review again, hopefully I will. We'll see. I read 50 pages. That's fast for me. I feel like Pete. Pete's a fast reader too. But that doesn't really count because the chapters in here are like 3 pages long, and so there's a lot of like empty space. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Did you get any reading done, Greg?
I finished the chapter I was in, and then I don't know, not too much, maybe like 10 or 15.
Is it super serious still?
Yeah. It is craziness. Yep. And then I read Michael Tracy's Twitter. So remember how like 2 hours ago he was like, the only thing that matters is policy. Rhetoric doesn't matter for diplomacy or anything. And like when he basically dismissed that criticism of Trump out of hand.
Mm-hmm.
Well, of course he's been complaining about Biden's rhetoric. So, but I thought only policy mattered. So I don't know.
Oh my gosh.
It's just toxic. Or I don't even think toxic contradictorians proper. I
What
think
would
he's just a partisan. I guess.
Hey, stop.
Guys, I have to leave. I have to make dinner.
Okay, sounds good.
Before going, Sal, though it's a hard topic, yes, it is emotional, but it's not that gut wrenching pain. Actually, it was done very, very well.
That's
So
good.
you don't have to worry about, heart wrenching pain. Okay? Bye then. You guys have
Bye.
fun.
Enjoy dinner.
What would Michael Tracy define himself as? Like, what would he say he is? Like,
I don't know.
politically.
Well, he doesn't seem to be one who likes being
Believe.
painted into a corner.
But
like-
he likes painting other people into corners.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. I think he would. I don't know. You'd have to ask him on Twitter.
Oh God, I think that's the last thing I want to do.
Yeah, it would just never end.
The way he talked about books when you asked him the question, it made ugh, how do I want to say this? It sounded like he was talking down to us because we read fantasy, like, oh, I don't have time for things like I read things that are more important than that. Like, I don't have time for things that aren't like X, Y, and Z. I don't remember exactly what he said, but it felt very like, I'm better than you because I don't read fantasy, because that's for people who can't handle the real world. I don't know. Did you get that feeling? That's how I felt that, and I was grumpy about it.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, people. I mean, Stacy seems to agree. Yeah, I don't know. I like get his point, I guess, generally. Like, if you're whatever curious about things, you can always find something or other to like learn about.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I yeah, that's like a common thing people say about like fantasy books and stuff.
Well, what Stacy says is pretty much what I think. Like, yeah, that's how he was framing it. That like you can't learn anything for fantasy, and it has no value in consuming it, which I think is a bunch of bull crap. Because there's so much you can learn and stuff from fantasy. I've learned a lot about politics from reading fantasy, not necessarily our specific politics, but like how politics works and what does work and what doesn't, and like the consequences of certain things. So I don't know. I just felt like he was kind of being an asshole a lot of the time.
Yeah, he definitely has like that personality, I guess. But yeah, or like I just think like that's how he is, to be honest.
Yeah.
But yeah.
He gets along with Tucker Carlson.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, Tucker Carlson is there to do his job more so than make buddies. I doubt they get drinks together or whatever. Maybe they do. Who knows?
I like that, K-Fox. Perspective and empathy, yes. Specifically live ship traders. What do you think of the people who are calling Biden Hitler?
Yeah, I think it's pretty silly. I if anyone who has I mean, like, the optics of it, sure, fine, he looks like the emperor or whatever, but in terms of like the red floodlights, but like in terms of like what he's actually saying, no, he's like there's nothing, there's no there. Like, in what way is he similar to Hitler? By saying like objectively true things about the Republican Party? I don't know.
Yeah, it's like they're taking the optics and using that to call him Hitler, and then there's going to be a bunch of people who don't care to actually learn about the politics that are going to now go on and say like, oh, he's Hitler, blah blah blah, and they're going to send out this like whole belief that he is Hitler, and people are just going to believe them because that's how MAGA works. And it's just frustrating because they're basing everything off of optics. It's like he was trying to be serious and he looks like a badass, and you're gonna like, it's just so dumb. The visual was supposed to project strength, and it did. It did.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Like,
oh well,
yeah, the reason Hitler was bad wasn't because of like, I don't know, like ominous looking lighting. It was like his actual policies. Yeah, that's fair. Biden's speech was solid though. Like, and I mean, like, if politics depresses you, sure, like don't watch it. But at the same time, I actually think there's some hope in terms of like, hey, there are these bad sort of vibes, particularly now more recently, like generally in politics, I guess. And Biden's like, yes, like the whatever Republican Party exemplifies and amplifies those vibes, but like hopefully there's a path forward, and like hopefully that sort of politics will lose. But we have to not just hope, but like you know, defend democracy in some ways, and be like prepared to. It's not going to defend itself. That was the message.
Yeah. I agree with K-Vox. They don't understand that they're the fascists.
Yeah. Yep.
I like your little summary of the speech.
Yeah.
There's some really good quotes in there too.
Yeah. He nails it basically.
I'm just waiting for people to make fun of him for his speech impediment, and I just want to like smack people who do that, because you know there are people out there that are just like that's their only talking point, because they don't have brain cells to come up with other ones, also because they don't have any other ones.
Yeah. Oh man, I'm tired. I don't know if I should engage more with Michael Tracey on Twitter. I could take a clip and be like, he could have him saying, I only care about policy or whatever.
I mean, that would be funny.
It would be funny.
I like how he didn't like your vibes comment. He was like, what are vibes?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what diplomacy is, right? Like at its base level. Like, do you want to align with certain countries? Well, what are the countries' vibes? Do I want to travel there? Do I like talking to the leaders there? And like that's the whole point of like openness and stuff in terms of community on like a community level, like and that was the citizen activism between the Soviet Union and the United States in like the 80s. They would do this. They would, send people from one place to the other. They would know, like, they would like learn the culture. They would realize that the other side's not like insane Nazi demons. And that's all vibes. That's vibes. That's diplomacy.
It is all vibes. Yeah. If you could
There's policy too as well, but like
policy
vibes is such a huge part. Like if you discount vibes, like I don't know, dog.
That is you move from millennial to Gen Z when you say that. It makes me laugh, because you are staunchly in the millennial category. You are not on the edge like a lot of people, but it's all vibes, dog. Vibes and policy. It's your like surfer dude, politician, surfer dude, senator. Here we go. It's just vibes, dude, and policy. Sup?
Let's see. So diplomacy, which is based on conversations and how you talk, vibes doesn't matter. Yeah, that was basically his position.
Well, it's all about, a lot of diplomacy is the schmoozing and the like getting in the good graces of people and how you communicate. It's a lot of sociology and psychology, and how could you just like discount all of that, because you can't. You just can't. Like when you go, it's like, don't they do like types of teas and things like that? If you go to China, like they're gonna have like a tea service or something, and like there's all sorts of like cultural things depending on what country you're doing. Surfer Dude Senator is Kelly Girl Blacksmith's boyfriend.
Yeah. Oh, actually, Michael Bennett look up a speech from him, and he has the surfer dude voice, unironically. Yeah, surfer dude Senny. Yeah,
Like, are you talking about the football defensive end?
No, his name's Michael Bennett, senator from Colorado, or it might be something else.
Yeah, I typed in Michael Bennett and I got an NFL player.
Yeah.
Oh, it's spelled differently. When I think of surfer dude, all I think of is Crush from Finding Nemo. Dude, it's my favorite.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Surfer dude senator. I like that. Now you have a new voice.
Yeah, my Michael Bennett impression.
Surfer dude senator.
Well, Bernie doesn't understand. No, that was horrible. I don't even know. I'll have to like listen to him.
I don't know what that was trying to be. That was a little birdie.
Michael Bennett played for Seahawks, or let's see. Yeah, I mean that is a type of diplomacy.
I mean that's why when Trump was in office, like his diplomacy then was awful because he like fucked up the relationships with like a lot of the European countries because of just like the way that he presented himself and presented the country. Like,
yeah,
at least that's how I feel. Like I don't know specifics, but that's how I felt watching and like knowing the news and all that sorts of stuff too. They're from California, not Alabama. Who? Did I do a voice that sounded like Alabama? Oh, good Lord.
Oh, no.
I suck at my D&D voices. All of them turn into like Southern country voices. All of them.
That's fine.
I have one who's supposed to be, oh, sweetheart, why are you doing that? Like, but all of the other ones just morph. It's bad. Oh, gotta tell you. So they totally screwed everything up today. The moment we started with combat. And like the leader of the Thieves Guild, it's not really a guild, the Thieves group, like they jump down in front of them and they're like fighting. In the first roll of the game, our tiny little gnome rogue hits a nat 20 and murders the lead of the Thieves Guild, which is like an important character for my story. And I was like, what do I do now? Because she one-shot him.
Yep. Fake leader. The real leader was in the other room. That was his number one henchman.
It was awful.
I'm the leader now.
A D&D session for you guys? Okay, let me I won't tell you now. I'll tell you on Discord because Greg doesn't want to hear about my idea for a Regency Dungeons and Dragons campaign. Oh, yes. Well, they're not cousins and dating. They're just dating. They're not cousins and dating. That's a whole other problem. that is deliverance problem.
Yeah, then they're really from Alabama. Io.
Yes. Good Lord. But I feel like you would appreciate it, Master Sal. My Regency idea for a D&D game. It's like a reality show, Greg. It's a Regency reality show D&D game.
Oh boy. Is everyone dating everyone?
No, but but close. It's all about the drama. I may or may not own every Cassie Clare book. Not all of them. A lot of them, because I read them in high school. Oh my gosh, we got to make it another minute, Greg, and then you'll have been live for 5 hours.
No.
I know.
I can't make it.
You have just a couple seconds left.
I only did 3 sprints.
I know, because you chatted so much. You were a talker today.
Yeah.
Okay, but like they thought they were brother and sister, but then they weren't brother and sister. So she obviously she did the whole like Star Wars thing because she took everything from every other piece of entertainment ever. You're hitting all the milestones today, Greg. 5 hours on live stream, 750 subscribers. It's a great day.
It is.
Oh, here it is. 5 hours. Woohoo.
Yep. Also, I've not been reading a fact book. I've got to actually do things, I think.
Mm-hmm. I have to study.
Yeah, I have to go be a person.
You have to go be a person?
Yeah, and fall asleep.
That's being a person?
Yep.
Maybe I should be a person. That sounds like fun. TBR video.
Yeah,
The
I'm not filming that now. That would be a horrible TBR. It's like, hello.
2 books. You can do it. Is it time to go so you can sleep so you're not dying anymore?
Yes, I agree. It is time to go.
It was nice to be on reading sprints and sprint once.
Yes.
A little bit of reading done.
I definitely like this rotating cast of characters idea, or like having multiple people on during sprints at different times. Because if it's like, I don't know, I feel like I mean, like 6-person things are fun, but like sometimes I don't know, fall out of the conversation and like focus and stuff. But yes, it was
Makes
great
sense.
hanging out with you guys as well. Thank you all for joining.
If you go, I don't have an excuse to stay up. K-Fox, watch Stargate with me while I study. That is enough of a reason for you to stay up. We were on halfway through a 2-part episode. We have to know what happens with the Tok'ra. Come on, stay awake with me. It'll be fun. And
Stay woke.
Oh my God. Wake up. Not wake up, not woke up.
Yeah.
Oh God.
That applies perfectly here. Wake
So
up,
bad.
don't
wake up, not woke up.
Yeah. Oh boy.
W? Yeah.
Yep. All right. Well, I'm
Bye,
off.
everyone.
Bye, friends. Thanks for joining.